For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Yet another round set to kick off here on Saturday afternoon. We swing from France across the strait and into the UK. Welcome to Brands Hatch and round number 3 of the FTR trophi.ai endurance series. My name is Ola Memple. Alongside Derek Watson, we bring you all of racing action here from start to finish on this fantastic Saturday afternoon. Derek, it's round number 3, yet another 4-hour endurance race, just like we saw at the Circuit Never-the-Maggot Court just about a month ago. And this one looking set to be a bit of an interesting one because we got rain on the horizon.
Yeah, you know that old phrase we learned in American history class, the British are coming, the British are coming. Well, Nolan, the rain is coming. The rain is coming. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I bet within the end of the first hour, and this track's already been wet today, you'll see some offlines are still probably a little damp as we get running here, and this race starts soon, but this is going to be a wet, crazy day here in England.
Right now, relatively cool track temps out there, only 20 degrees centigrade, 19 degrees in the air, 22 kilometers an hour of wind blowing up to the door, so quite a lot of crosswinds and drivers to contend with, and all that humidity is only going to get set to rise more and more as the day goes along. The weather forecast at the moment going to be having the rain set to come in before too long here. Obviously, it's always interesting when you get rain, right? It is known as the great equalizer for a reason, and it is no doubt going to be similar here this afternoon. That rain set to come in right around well, at least the chance jumps up from 0 just past 12:30 p.m. Instant. That is about an hour away, so by about 2 p.m., we'll see the chance rate at its peak at about 62%, but we all know 62% chance of rain on iRacing may as well be a certainty.
Well, and here's the thing, the chance of rain and the intensity of rain are two different factors, and that's the one we don't know, right? It's how heavy will the rain be? Just because it could rain, it could be light rain, it could be moderate rain, it could be a heavy rain, and those will definitely differently impact how this race goes and how drivers, handle the turns, when they take wet tires, and so on and so forth. So this is the first time in this season of FTR we're looking at the possibility of rain, and I think it's really going to change a lot of the factors of this race that we can talk about as this session progresses.
Right now we are in the final minutes here of qualifying. Several drivers still out and working their way around the racetrack here for the Brands Hatch Circuit. In fact, there is the RPM Racing Red Machine headed up by Jocko Mikola, just making his way over the top of Druids and now to the Graham Hill Bend and down the Cooper straight towards Surtees. Tell you what, these RPM guys have been on fire all season long, and I think based on the times they're qualifying, they could be in for another good night if they can outlast the weather.
Yeah, and you know what, speaking of these teams, a lot of a trend we've seen in the last 4-hour race at Magny-Cours was we saw a lot of solo driving, Nolan, and tying in the performance of this team with the discussion of rain. It's easy-ish to solo a 4-hour race alone in the dry. I will be thoroughly impressed if anyone here is willing to solo a 4-hour race knowing the rain is coming, how much it's going to slow down the pace, how much more treacherous and stressful it's going to make it. I bet there's a little less 4-hour solo drives than there was a month ago at Magny-Cours.
Right here you're watching Ron Wolf. He is currently the leader of the GT3 AM category in the huge-ass yellow machine. So Wolf qualified 9th overall. He is trying to see if he can't improve on his run. Right now he stands just 22 thousandths of a second above Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. And You and I were talking about Prismatic earlier today, right, about how they seem to have kind of been stepping on their own toes a little bit throughout the course of the season. Could Brands Hatch finally be a day where they get this season turned around?
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see, right, what they can do. And, you know, as you said earlier, one of their cars didn't even qualify in one of the classes, so we'll wait and see how this works out as the day goes on. Prismatic, of course, we talked with them, our opening of the preseason race, kind of about their team and their spirit and their message they have, and their purpose or their mission, if you will. So out here for a good cause, and they're just waiting to have a strong day here. And maybe today's it. Maybe today's the day here in FTR, about halfway through the season now. Maybe this is the moment where you step up and you have that strong day.
Well, it's going to be a big improvement for Aspen Martin, and if that time stands, it will put Prismatic Motorsports Minerva on provisional pole for GT3M. We'll see if Ron Wolf can potentially capitalize. He's got to find 13th out.
Well, and here's the thing, as this track goes on, I'm curious to watch the qualifying times, Nolan, because as we said, it rained earlier, you know, I think during and before practice. It's had time for the track to dry out. You'll see some bit of a spray here and there if a driver gets off the line. But as this qualifying moves on, I'd be curious to see, you know, as this track gets drier and drier just because of the heat of the cars going around it, if the times get faster as we get into this qualifying.
Chris Van Gucht going to go up to the third place spot in GT3M, and well, it is looking as though still got one or two contenders making their way up and around. Aspen Martin certainly is one of them, trying to see if maybe Aspen Martin's got the chance to improve while Ron Wolf makes his way into the final corners now, headed on down into Clark Curve and down the Brabham Straight. Can he retain provisional pole? It's going to be real close at the line, and I think, again, if that lap stands, he will have gotten it by about 3/10, and he's got it. Ron Wolf, with a stormer lap right at the buzzer, clinches provisional pole for Huge Ass Yellow. So Prismatic Motorsports Minerva not going to be starting on pole position, but they made a very convincing argument as to why they deserve to be up front today.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, that's why people love to go last in qualifying right there, because if you're Ron Wolf, you went out there, you made a statement, and no one can top it. There's not a goal to beat right now, right? He just went in and did it, quote unquote. So that's why people love to go last in qualifying.
And a drive-through penalty will be hitting the number 34 Sim Party Bravo machine for impeding a qualifying run. So our first penalty of the day has already been handed down, and that will be to the number 34 entry, who currently qualified all the way to the back of the grid in 16th in GT3 Pro. Well, all that said and done, the qualifying session going to officially draw to a close, and it's time to see who is going to be starting where for racing action here this afternoon. Starting on pole position, then, it is going to be the likes of Jakob Ekola for RPM Racing Red on the front row GT3 Pro. Patrick Gannon in the sister car going to be starting beside him on the front row of the GT3 Pro grid. Row 2 is going to hold Luciano Whitford for World of make that Yashal Yunus for World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing. They will start alongside Alex King in that number 69. 5th and 6th place, it's Giannis Albert with the MRC by Quad Dash number 49 alongside Alyssa Merrill for Huge Ass Blue. 7th place on the GT3 Pro grid will be Adam Cox for Sim Party Racing Delta alongside Martin Deckers for Pegasus Sim Racing 99. 9th and 10th, and it'll be Mark Reynolds for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. He starts alongside David Venslembrook for Stage 1 Racing, with 11th and 12th holding Aubrey Kundal for Empire Racing Vanilla, and Cassandra Winkelbauer for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. 13th on the grid is Antonio Alvarez for Huge Ass Gold alongside Rutger Gerritsen for Project Sync Racing Team. Then 15th and 16th, closing out the GT3 Pro grid, it's going to be Tim McClays for SRM Motorsports and Nicholas Kingswell for Sim Party Racing Bravo. And you got the other portion of the GT3 grid, Derek.
Yeah, we'll do the GT3 AMs next, since Ron Wolf, you saw that run right at the end to 122.585 would be the pole time for him. He's going to be right ahead of Aspen Martin, about 2/10 back. Then you'll find Chris Van Gucht with the Eagle Speed Academy next to David Troxar, and back in P3, P4, sorry. Roy Moss with Stage 1 Racing, so that's to Kyle Mundell with Equipment Geek in 5th and 6th. Moving back into P7 is Stefan Fez with Pegassi Motorsport. He's next to Stefan Le Guin with also with Pegassi Motorsport. That's P6 It's P7, P8. My numbers are, the odds and the evens are just, I don't know, Saturday morning. We'll see if we can get that worked out. And is that it for GT3?
That is going to be it for GT3M. A bit of a light in class here this afternoon. And same thing for the GT4s. Only 8 and 9 cars respectively. For GT4 Pro, it's Don Pepples for Altura Esports starting on pole position alongside Michael Brooks for the wrong side. They had quite a qualifying battle going at it as well on the dying portions of GT4 qualifying today. For their Justin Mikhaila for Treehouse Racing started in third alongside Tyler Augustino, beerly contender, will be starting his race in fourth. Fifth and sixth, it's Jorge Carrera for Inosis Esports GT4 FTR. He starts alongside John Goodwin for Torque Freak Racing TeamSpeak. And then seventh and eighth to close out the GT4 field, two drivers that did not put down times. Bart Dolphin for Altura Esports Red and Andrew Morin for Almeida Racing Academy. And you've got the 9-car GT4 field.
Yeah, let's do that next. We'll start on the pole here. Was Jonas Goldbranson with Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium in that car right there on P1. Next to Gardner Sanborn for Sim Party Racing. Going to move back into P3. That's when you'll find Matthew Green from Sim Party Racing Echo next to WBM White with Julian right there in the car. We talked about some of these drivers earlier back in P3, P4. P5, Kurt Verstraeten is in EO Speed Academy next to Denny Dunn from Sim Party Racing Tango. Come back to P7. Alexander Hammonds from Huge Ass Racing Black is next to Darren Bay from Mostly Mediocre Motorsport, MMM. And then P9, Preston Rudka with Sunday Drivers.
Hammonds and Darren Bay, again, both coming over from the beer league to race with us here on Saturday night. And then a very light TCR field, only 5 cars. Once again, David Johansson starts it off with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix with a 135.968 alongside Rob Sharp with Fierce 4 Gray. These guys were still qualifying on an incredibly greasy racetrack, hence the large separation in times, because already over a second back is Thomas Renders for Project Sync Racing Team.SQL alongside the sister car .BAT for Cass Brinkhausen. Apologies if I butchered that name. And then number 5 on the grid will be Georgie McKay for Prismatic Motorsports Sellers, closing out the 5-car TCR field. So 46 cars all qualified and graded on up, and there is the tractor penalty set to be served here in the opening minutes of this race for impeding the qualifying run. It'll be Nicholas Kingswell, currently gridded up with the number 34. That will be forced to come down and serve that penalty. He starts 24th overall, 16th on the grid for the GT3 Pro field.
Wow, look at this field. I mean, we talk about maybe it's only 8 or only 9 or only 5, but when you see them all lined up like this, it just looks pretty massive across this straightaway, doesn't it? It's a very unique straight. By the way, we'll talk about the shape and the off-camber of this straight as this broadcast goes on, I'm sure, but everyone's getting lined up here behind this beautiful new iRacing pace car. I got to tell you, Nolan, I don't know why this one stands out so much more than the others. Like, it's a nicer livery, I guess we'll use since we're on road courses. We won't use paint schemes. We're not on an oval day here. But that pace car is just, honestly, like, whatever, heads and shoulders above the rest of the field of the pace cars as far as how it looks. That is just a beautiful looking safety car. Oh,
and evidently wants to scatter some water around the field. So our pace car driver not feeling merciful to the field this afternoon.
No.
The GT3 Pro field, after a bit of an extended wait, they are going to be making their way out to the racetrack now. Twin RPM cars started 1 and 2, and they finished 1-2 in the race at the Bend Motorsports Park to kick off the season. Do you reckon we could be in for another 1-2 finish this afternoon?
There's going to be kind of a wild start because parts of this track are still wet. You get offline, you get off the preferred line here, and it's going to be a little slick, and I don't know what we're going to see. They're going to see another track with yet only a couple of passing opportunities, much like Magny-Cours last month. It's probably going to be a bit crazy here as we get through those first couple turns. Turns 1, 2, and 3, I think, could cause a problem here. But man, look at all that water back there. We keep talking about it, but
you know,
honestly, these drivers are never going to get a relief from this wet track. Just about the time it starts to dry out and it's off corners, it'll be time to rain again.
I'll tell you what, I mean, these guys back here in the grid, they might have to get a move on because, I mean, these guys are just now in turn 2. These guys are in the final few quarters. At this rate, the TCR field could be at risk of getting lapped by the end of just lap number 1. Because remember, everybody's got their own individual green flags to worry about. So
Yeah, there's a big gap. Actually, the gap is actually not to the TCRs. The big gap is honestly between the 3s and the 4s.
Yeah.
As I look at the track map, right? I mean, so here's your lead card, your lead GT3s. They're in turn 8 right now. The GT4s haven't even touched turn 5. Like, there's your map on the bottom. It's gonna remind us, okay. So you can see the look at the top right, I guess that's your GT3s with the 1. But then look over to the left, that's where the GT4s are. So I mean, there's a gap here. I'm surprised it's that big. Like, I know we want to have a gap between classes, but that feels a little much.
Well, regardless, the field going to roll on out here as RPM Racing's 1-2 will look to take the field to the green flag. Time to get the party started. And it's go, go, go for 4 hours of racing here at the Brands Hatch Circuit. And a great getaway for RPM Racing Red as they funnel double file, headed down the hill of Paddock Hill Bend and up towards Druids, up through Pilgrim's Rise. Some cars looking for 3 wide, headed to turn number 2, and overall, we are clear, and that takes us to the start of the GT4s.
And here they go. GT4 is going to come on through. They'll step on the loud pedal. It'll be green flag for the GT4s. They'll make the second run, and already some calamity up in the GT3s. By the way, we'll come back to that in a second. But right now the GT4s are up and moving, and let's see how they get through turn 1. This right here, Nolan, will be probably the biggest passing opportunity throughout the day. This turn right here into 1, and we'll see how that goes. And right there's that big puddle most drivers trying to avoid. They're now up through, and just 1 class left. They're not even ready. I guess they just took the green flag. That'd be the TCRs.
And there you see the TCR field funneling down through Paddock Hill Bend as well, up the Pilgrim's Rise and towards Druids. And you mentioned quite a bit of calamity in the GT3s. Looking like, for the most part, everybody else having to... Oh, as I say that, never mind. I got a couple more cars going to be sent around. So several drivers are going to be encountering some problems here in the opening stages. And Stage 1 racing has also gone around and off into the sand trap at the top of Sheens. So one of the Ferraris encountered some problems, but it is going to be RPM leading the way at the end of the first run. But World of Racing and Cement 10 Racing breaking up the GT3 Pro 1-2 early on here. Let's take a look back, and we'll show you the calamity that happened coming down to the turn number 4 on lap number 1.
Yeah, this would be the 3 separate incidents all in the first lap. Watch this here. This will be, well, this is your GT4s. Here we go. There's the GT3s. Let's watch this here. There's that white and black car turned sideways, and it just kind of kept going from there. And
big problems with the pole sitter as the race leader has just been spun around. The number 1 car facing backwards in the grass. It is disaster for RPM Racing Red as Jaco Mikola going to be sent all the way to the tail of both GT3 grids. And a tough break for him as he is going to have a lot of work ahead of him to catch back up.
I'm going to guess he got some assistance. When you get turned around that way in the grass, Nolan, you typically don't do that alone. If he's turned around with basically a 180 in the grass, I'm going to guess his back end got touched.
Take another look. And yeah, just lost the back end all by himself. And that's going to be cold tires on a wet racetrack for you.
Yeah, you know, and here's something to talk about. We can't talk about already. It just sounds kind of funny to say, but it's true. Paint is slick, right? So what I'm saying by that moment, to take away the funny part, is when it gets wet, the curves that are painted and parts of this track that be painted, which typically just the curves, is going to be way slicker than you think it is. So a lot of times in road racing, you're taught to really kind of, you know, be aggressive with the curves, be aggressive with how you're, you know, I guess not the off track, but I guess the track limits is what I'm trying to say. But when those things are wet, oh boy, it's just like an ice hockey rink. You just can't touch them, and then that's what happened to our pole sitter.
Battle for second is on in GT4M. This is Eagle Speed Academy fighting it out with Sim Party Racing Tango as one of the Stage 1 racing cars has just gone around as well. In fact, a couple of the GT3 cars go around. One of the Lamborghinis, and then there's Roy Moss in the Audi. Oh boy, heads up as rejoined right in front of one of the RPM cars, and there's another car spun off the road. That's another one of the Mustangs that's going around. So I mean, everybody else is, you know, relatively clean sailing. That's all the GT3s that's having the issues here.
I mean, there's been a couple in the back. I was watching the track map a little bit to kind of see where some spots are, but you're right. It's most of the GT3s and how spread out they are. You can see it just in the map alone. I mean, we've seen, what, 4 or 5 instances with GT3s already in the first couple of laps here. So I do want to kind of bring out the obvious, and I'm not trying to use the C word already. But, you know, remember, we use this race director software inside FTR where everything matters. Off-track spins, on-track spins, car contact, everything gets assigned a point value. And then when we break a threshold, it's going to bring out a safety car. And I'm telling you right now, I mean, we don't know the threshold, and I'm okay not knowing. I kind of like the surprise, to be honest with you. But what I'm saying is that when you had that many spins in the first lap, boy, it means we're probably, you know, getting closer than we want to be to breaking that threshold.
Taking a bit of a look here at some of these GT4 battles now. The car right behind the black, blue, and white car, that is a pro car trying to get around an AM car right now, which is hence why we do not see them in the all-knowing, all-seeing battle graphic. Further up the grid here, though, this is quite a fight that's picking up here for 8th place. Rutger Gerritsen in that number 50, really trying to fend off Sim Racing Grid Phantom, who's only a 10th and a half behind.
Yeah, some good battles going on, and we've been focusing a lot of the calamity here as you see the battle ran for 8th, 9th, and 10th, and how close it is. This is a good run here down this straight that has the elevation in it, and now we'll go back to class here, and we'll find more battles just as close. So despite all the calamity, the first 4 or 5 laps, still lots of great racing. Here's going to move to the inside, side by side, around the corner, and that worked.
That is a very brave look for Pegassi Motorsports to have that look on Equipment Geek Racing into Sheens. That's not a passing zone that you usually see take place. And Fleming Ford Skin Racing able to just duck through as well as well, Pegassi going to keep fighting it out. That's Stefan Le Guin and Kyle Mundell that are going at it nose to tail. This is for 5th place in GT3 AM. And there is a host of pro traffic all around trying to fight their way through as well.
Well, I think it's also worth noting, if we go back to our GT3 Pro leader, we are just for the first time about to reach lapped traffic for the GT3 Pro. Is that up ahead? Those are going to be basically all GT4s for about the next, 9 or 10 cars for our leader. So right now, it didn't take long. I mean, we're only, 10 minutes in, and we're already talking about catching lap traffic as they were 3 wide, and there's a spin out right there.
2 cars going around and possibly with a bit of contact here to boot. But you mentioned a lot of drivers trying to seek out a potential 3-wide move, and we're going to take a look at what happened here coming down towards Graham Hill Bend. And, well, nope, one car just lost it by himself, and another one lost it in sympathy.
Is that where our pole sitter lost it a couple laps ago?
It was.
Yeah, I thought so. That's that one part of the track that maybe proved to be difficult all day long.
Jumping back now to Prismatic Motorsports Athena. The Porsche struggling to hold back Stage 1 Racing and huge ass gold in the GT3 Pro grid. This is the battle for 8th through 10th. We also got a fight picking up for 3rd place here in GT4 Pro. This is GT4, and no, this is Pro. Treehouse Racing in the Gnosis Esports GT4 FTR going at it. So Justin Michaela and Jorge Carrera looking like they're about to go at it too.
So I want to put a thought in your head here, and I want to bring it back to my oval roots and a little bit of your oval roots as well here. This first hour is the only hour, quote-unquote, guaranteed to be dry. So for a lot of drivers, I think why we're seeing a lot of spins and a lot of those close moments is everyone wants to be aggressive in this first hour, Nolan, because once the rain comes, everything becomes unpredictable, passing becomes more difficult, corners become more difficult. So in this first hour, it's kind of like that moment in like an oval race where it's time to go, right? It's like, you know, maybe it's like the last 5 laps at Talladega or something where you just have to be aggressive and you have to go. Right now, you have to go right now. You want to get every spot possible because once the rain head comes, who knows how this race goes. Oh, there's a car well in the grass. That's over by one of the trees there.
That's
the Slim Party?
No, that's Darren Bai, the mostly mediocre motorsports.
Oh, mostly mediocre, right.
So an issue for traffic. Darren Bai. And it looks like he may have actually gone into the tire barriers as well. Take a look at the spin off the road, and he's got GT3 traffic getting around him, but he did that to himself, and he actually clipped one of the other GT4 AM car or Pro cars that was ducking through, and yeah, a little ding off the tires, but not as hard of a hit as I thought it was going to be.
No, and he should be okay mostly. I mean, that said, you know, very aero-dependent cars at times, so who knows. But that looks like here's a car coming down pit road. Is this equipment this is not our drive-through for the qualifying impediment, right?
No,
this is something separate.
That penalty has already been served by the number 34 entry. So this is an unscheduled pit stop by the match where Kyle Mundell, maybe with some damage that he needed to get fixed in that car. Well, the battle for the GT3 Pro lead is picking up as RPM Racing Black's Patrick Gannon struggling to catch up to Giannis Albert.
Yeah, right now they're about a half a second apart according to the timing and scoring. You see there on the bottom of your screen, and see how this race goes on. And both these cars have had a pretty great season, have some pretty bright moments, you know, just whether it be winning or just finishing well. So lots of great moments. I'm riding on board with P2 with Patrick Gannon, and boy, that inside curb there is just so treacherous right there with how wet it was, and just makes it harder when that happens, Nolan, to want to dig into that corner and kind of find every bit of an inside line, so to speak. And here we're going to come down. I guess we're going to call it a front stretch today. It's not really a front straight by any means.
I think front stretch is an apt enough description. Oh, here we go. Look at this. A big three-wide pass as RPM Racing Red is getting the elbows out with one of the Ferraris. Ducks to the inside of David Von Slembrook for number 10 in GT3 Pro. A brave move from RPM Racing Red to make that move work.
What was about being aggressive in the first dry hour? That right there, even up to turn one, is in just a great visual of that moment. Watch here, right here with RPM Racing. That's got up on the right side. And I think he's been on the wet curb. Just found himself stuck there and really nowhere to go. So why not go for it?
Yeah, that's playing with a bit of fire, and I'm sure that's not a move he wants to make more than once, but a great effort for Jakob Kola to try and mitigate all the damage spent from spinning on the exit of Graham Hill Bend earlier this race on just the second lap. And we've got an issue as the Rock Stub has gone off the road, and that is at the same corner that we saw the McLaren GT4 off earlier on today. And just like the McLaren struggling to find a safe place to rejoin, he's going to get an opportunity here.
That's been really admirable by all the cars that have spun around so far today off track. There's what happened to the wrong stuff, by the way, and just kind of let it roll up in the grass, got it stopped, and then I think he just kind of waits and waits and waits for that spot. I'm impressed, by the way, how many people are willing to wait here, by the way, to make sure they don't cause any kind of calamity by accident. So move back a class here. This is our GT4 Pros you're looking at now. This is for second and third. This is Treehouse and Enosa Esport right now, and coming down to that first corner up the hill. And by the way, we talk a lot about the lack of passing zones. You'll talk about maybe the size of the track, and you'll talk about all this stuff. We cannot go a broadcast without talking about how much elevation change there is at this track.
A lot of violent elevation change, you're right. That's going to only make it more and more difficult for drivers to fight this one out. As, in fact, you see there a bit of content. In fact, one of the Mercedes bullying another one out as Enosis fights his way into second. Make that Almeida Academy fights his way to second place. Enosis Esports will look to try to drive through into third place. And I'm willing to bet if Justin Mikhaila gets back to Andrew Morin, he's not going to be willing to cut him much slack after that.
No, that's a good it's a good way to think about that. Every driver has memory, right? And most race car drivers have a long memory of who does what, when, and where, and how. And I'm sure that will stick in the memory right there if those two cars get side by side again. Some more passing happening here around the track. And honestly, I'm going to tell you, Nolan, in the first, only 15 minutes in, I'm impressed by the amount of passing at Branch Hatch. Branch Hatch not always known for having all these passing points, and I think maybe it's just the aggression of the drivers. Maybe it's still there's some wet curbs that people are being, super conservative with. I don't know, but I'm impressed by the number of passes so far.
Hey, Branch Hatch is always one of those racetracks that is very deceptive in its action. As here we go in fourth place in the GCR category. Prismatic to the inside of Project Synced, and the .SQL machine is going to fall back as they got unsettled on the curbs. They got caught on the wet stuff, and well, George G. Mackey said, well, if you're not going to go, I'll happily take a move. And I don't think Thomas Redder was too happy, but I don't see anything that McKay did wrong. I mean, it's his own fault for running out wide.
Yeah, I think we saw the bit of the flashing of the headlights. There's one of the huge Jazz cars coming off the pit road, by the way.
Alyssa Merrill, the blue car coming out.
Yeah, so already a couple early stops, and It makes me wonder if some of these things are for damage or if there's really a weird strategy going on, and I don't know. I love strategy talks. I love big braining the ideas and seeing what you could do with them. And here's a pass back, but we saw this pass a moment ago where Prismatic up ahead. Now they're leaning on one another up through the corners. This, yeah, you know what? I thought for a moment when you said, oh, you know, he's not happy with the pass Prismatic, then I thought to myself, why or how could he be mad? But you're right. Based upon that lean right there, he's not thrilled.
Well, unfortunately, Georgie Mackey made the exact, McKay, made the exact same mistake out of turn one that Thomas Renders made, and running it too far out wide and clipping the standing water. So that allowed for Renders to take that spot right back for fourth place in the GCR field. So they'll continue to fight it out with one another. We'll check in on that fight again if it closes up any. But right now, you got Aubrey Kundal and Alex King, 11th and 12th up for grabs as well in GT3 Pro.
Battle right here, only about half a second apart between these two cars, and see what kind of space we made up here. Now there's a side-by-side battle. That's not really a battle, by the way. It's for two separate classes, and everything happening on screen is still. I think one thing to note about this track, Nolan, it's not the smallest track in the world, but it feels like already as we're seeing it just now, there's not going to be any privacy. There's not going to be any alone time on this track today, no matter who you are. If you're a GT3, a 4, or a TCR, there's very little space on this track right now with how many cars we have to ever feel alone. You're always going to be batting someone or something. Boy. Oh my gosh, 3 wide with some car in the puddle. Eesh.
And critically, there is a couple of penalties coming on down, and one of them actually for the number 69 car in this battle. Alex King going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. Oh, hold on! The number 25 sideways up the road and into the wall for Aubrey Kundal. So Empire Racing Valhalla sends their McLaren hard into the fence. And a lot of damage now on the front end.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what kind of damage that's going to do to this car, whether it be speed of handling or what have you. That's I think our first front end hit of the day. We've seen a couple cars, you know, go backwards and maybe tap a wall with the back end of the car, but for sure front end wise, that's our first front end damage of the day. You see there's that penalty up top you talked about, a drive through. So we're going to see a couple more, I think, coming through, and numerous cases. By the way, I like that wording. Numerous cases of contact. It means it wasn't just one protest. Or just was one incident, I should say. It was just multiple incidents that lined up for that penalty to be assessed there.
Yeah.
So that's
and I feel
the
like,
drive-throughs.
Well, and again, you're 17 minutes into a 4-hour race. I mean, at some point, you know, risk management needs to start coming into play, and I think there might be a discussion in the Flaming Fordskin racing camp right now.
I don't hate it though. Again, I think you have to do it. Boy, there's 2 huge ass cars coming down, and there's no penalties for these cars I've seen come by the ticker. There's got to be some kind of alternate strategy happening here that I don't quite have my finger on the pulse of.
These are 2 drivers that actually started this race on wet weather tires. They were anticipating early rain, and it didn't come in. Now they're having to switch over to slick tires as a result, and that has effectively screwed their race. Unless you can get a couple of lucky safety cars to help them get back on cycle.
Yeah, because I mean, realistically, we still think probably not. With an hour away is our next batch of rain, so we cannot hold out for them. Who knows? And here's the problem: when you run those wet tires and it's dry out, you're going to heat those things up really fast, and they're going to wear out super fast on a dry track. And there's always that magical moment that sort of every driver tries to predict. And trust me, as a driver and as a team manager, we go through that battle every endurance race of, hey, when is that moment when it's appropriate to be on wets or dries or what have you? And that's an ongoing battle of how do you predict it and what do you do? And obviously for those 2 cars, they've maybe missed the mark a little bit here in the opening laps.
GT3 AM has their 3rd place battle picking up. They just got around one of the huge ass cars that came out of pit road. This is Kurt Verstratton and Julian Carces, WBM versus Eagle Speed Academy Esports S. Within 0.2 of a second, and checking up a couple of the GT3 cars just behind as well. So you got battles still picking up all over the racetrack. No one willing to yield or let go for a second. And we've had an issue for the Prismatic Motorsports Athena Porsche, who has gone off the road.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if we can get a replay of what happened to Athena here. And Right now, that car is well behind time. In fact, I said it'd be hard to find a lone time. They have found it for the moment, at least. But here's what happens to Athena. It's going to come up here to this right-hander. Gets to the inside pretty well. Get up on that. Oh, there's a wet curb.
High speed off, and tell you what, a great, oh, never mind. She did ding the wall. Now, there was actually one car that had a very close shave right behind, right on board with Pegassi Motorsports here. Stefan Le Guin, who was right behind the incident. And it's just going to be
that's a great visual of the difference of those two, by the way, right there. Because you notice how Pegassi just knows you can't track out that far and have that touch that wet curb. And trust me, I know it's a mental mistake. It probably wasn't planned. It's just bad habits, or maybe old habits of abusing these curbs during normal road racing. And here's another penalty for the 27, a drive-through for unnecessary contact. So, you know, I was going to say earlier, coming back to a topic of penalties, I don't necessarily mind that people are getting penalties right now for being aggressive. Again, I think you have to be aggressive right now, because once the rain comes out and we all slow down our pace and it becomes a battle of wet tires and finding the line, and everyone's got to kind of run the same line because of the way the spray is going to work. I would want to be aggressive right now. It doesn't bother me that Ford Skin got that penalty. Right now, you have to be aggressive when the track is dry.
There you see Mark Reynolds making his way down pit road. And by the way, Alex King has, well, his team at least has appealed the penalty. So right now they are not coming down the pit road as the incident is currently under appeal. So they will talk it out a little bit more and potentially see if a resolution can come out of any of this. So that's why we see him not coming down the pit road just yet. Cassandra Winkelbauer with some of the damage on the back end, going to be forced to come down pit road. Remember, that is a mid-engine race car, the Porsche, right? So that ding to the back end could have dealt a bit of a blow to the engine.
Yeah, it could have, right? And I was thinking about that earlier when we talked about front ends and back end hits. We kind of talked about it earlier. And depending on the car, you know, that really depends, pardon me, and what happens and what end you'd almost rather hit if you have to hit one of them. So that prismatic car is going to come down pit road, get some damage looked at, and kind of see how bad it is. And by the way, I love the idea of appealing the penalty. I mean, you don't want to annoy the admins, Nolan, but hey, listen, there's no penalty for appealing, right? You don't get anything worse for appealing. So why not put it up for appeal? Why not see if you can talk your way into something lesser? Because there's no harm in trying, right?
John Goodwin might have to do the same thing, as he has also been given a black flag for unnecessary contact. And here's the battle for third as we see WBMY to the inside of Eagle Speed Academy. And Kurt Verstraeten trying to fight back through, but Julie Carson says, oh boy, look at the pass in the grass of your overall race leader.
Guys, this is, I know I said be aggressive, but okay, there's a limit here. Like
that's a bit much.
Yeah, that's a lot much, actually. That's
oh boy.
Boy, you know, that reminds me of, was it 3 years ago, the Tony Kanaan pass in the grass towards the end of the Indy 500. Yeah, that was also ill-advised at the time.
Take a ride on board with MRC X Quad Dash here. This is with the helmet camera, so right now, Yannis Albert sees the fight picking up in front. He wants to find a way through, doesn't want to get held up. He's like, well, okay, we'll go here. And remember, that's not just grass, that is wet grass. That is an extremely dangerous decision to be made. And Prismatic Motorsports Minerva off the road, and this could lose him the GT3M race lead, and it has. Ron Wolf is through.
Boy, well, you talked in the pre-race, right, in the qualifying, about how Prismatic has kind of been stepping on their toes a little bit during some of these races, and that's what we mean by that comment, right? They're a great team. They have some great drivers. Sometimes they just having really bad luck. I mean, you have one driver already on pit road, you get another driver off track. You know, those are the moments where it just it can feel that way if you're not careful. You're just having moments right there. And here's going to be an onboard look. This is with Prismatic and touches the inside curve.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's a front end hit.
Pretty big lick into the wall as well, and they were brought to a complete stop as a result. But you've still got this fight for what is now second place in GT3 Pro kicking off. RPM trying to get around World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing. And again, these are two teams that have just not been able to break away from each other all season long.
No, they've been right here on top of one another and kind of involved together. Here's a pass right there around one of those huge-ass cars, and they're still battling pretty hard here. Motor Racing having a great run here for P2. trying their best to catch P1 here and see if they can make it happen down. Not that corner, too much water puddled up right there to make that happen. Up through the front stretch. And here we are going down around Forget About. These are pretty fast laps, by the way, Nolan, for the GT3s. We're talking about 124s. Heck, for the GT4, should be 130, 131. So, I mean, turning a lap every minute, minute and a half. I mean, we're going to do a lot of laps across these 4 hours. Well, I mean, it'll slow down with the wet, but still a lot of laps on the docket here at Branch Hatch.
Adam Cox still trying to fight his way up to the back of Patrick Gandy. You saw him pretty much bump drafted him down the front straightaway and nearly get into him. Another driver that could potentially up for grabs. The fight for the lead in GT3M. Aspen Martin has closed back in the gap to Ron Wolf. That 137 right in front. That is 4th position in GT3M, and the car in front of them is just another GT3 Pro car. That, in fact, is Martin Deckens for Pegasus Series 99 in that 5th place spot, GT3 Pro, the second car up the grid. But Aspen Martin really trying to close up to the back, and as we enter this back towards the racetrack, you're going to see all the standing water still lingering on the inside and outside of this racetrack, and it makes it so treacherous because this section of the track really is all about hitting your apex.
Yeah, I mean, that's what most of road coursing, most of road course racing is about, right? Is hitting the apex and hitting those optimal corners, and then this rain will sort of throw all that away. So if you're at home right now and you're watching, you want to know how we know the difference in GT3 Pro or AM or GT4 Pro. And there's a couple ways to do it. The left side of your screen, the colors, red is Pro, green is AM, blue is Pro, purple is AM. That's messed up. Purple is my favorite color. So the fact purple's AM is this, we'll discuss that later. But also the numbering helps. So in GT3s, your cars that are below 100 are Pros, the 100 cars are AM, the 200 cars are GT4 Pro, the 300 cars are GT4 AM, and then your 400 cars are TCR. So your car numbers is a great way to tell. And when you're looking at a shot like this, if you can see the car numbers on the cars as they go by, you can always tell what class a car is just by looking at there. And also, I believe, we'll check that for a second. I think the mirrors and such all have the correct colors for the classes as well, right?
A majority of them do, or at least the windshield banners does. And as they come back over the hill here towards Sheens, we're going to get a good look. And in fact, there you see, right, that red, that indicates a Pro car for GT3 Pro. Right in front, that GT4 car, see how it's purple. That is a GT4 AM car that they are currently lapping. So that's a very good indicator as how this is going to be. And oh no! Big problems for Alex King as he has gone off at turn 1 and he has gone hard into the wall. Oh, and another big crash. Look at Ron Wolf.
Hello.
Ron Wolf is destroyed.
Yeah, that car is not going to drive well, I wouldn't think. There's missing a front end. I'm guessing the steering is probably a little off, the aero's probably a little off, and so he'll kind of somewhat gently ride this around the track here, and I'm guessing soon we'll have that thing down pit road and looked at it. I'd love to know what happened to Ron Wolf, because that's going to be a big impact. And I wonder if is there a connection between Ron Wolf and the 69? I mean,
I doubt it. It was on other different portions of the racetrack.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that was initially what happened to Alex King. That was after the fact. Let's take a bigger look at this one from the start. And again, still didn't quite get it, but I'm willing to bet he's...
front end hit there.
Oh, yeah, looked like he kind of just got unsettled on that right there. Yep, caught all that standing water, spears him off, and he's going to ding off the wall. But honestly, not a very bad hit. But, of course, the big question is, what the heck happened to Ron Wolf?
Yeah, that'll be the question to happen. Let's see if we can find it in a moment here. And look at this big conglomerate of cars and on around up front of some cars. There's Prismatic involved. There's another car to the right side to hit the wall, kind of him behind that tree. So this is not just a single car incident.
That was the Treehouse Racing GT4 car that got sent off as well. And they got caught in the middle with one of the Prismatic Motorsports Porsches here. Look, there's two of them in the mix. And I think it was the AMP car that tried to go three wide up the middle, and there was just not a hole there.
I think that Prismatic car got in the back end of the Huge Ass car, honestly. I'd love to see a different angle. Maybe it could be the way maybe Huge Ass turned into Prismatic. It'd be hard to tell. Watch this here. Let's get a good look at what's going to happen in a second. Right up ahead, this is that Huge Ass car.
I mean...
Oh yeah, Prismatic turns to the left a little bit, gets in the back of Huge Ass, and then it just, honestly, all hell breaks loose.
With the amount of cars in there, very lucky that was not worse than just a two-car incident. But I would not be surprised if we saw a penalty coming down for Prismatic here pretty soon.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. There's likely at least a review going to happen in a moment. On that. By the way, did we ever get an appeal ruling on the 69?
Not as of yet. That is still going to be a case.
Let me play the meta game for a second. Tell me what you think of this idea. You appeal the penalty, and you know race control is busy right now at the start of the race. It's possible race control doesn't get to your appeal until about the end of the first hour. What's going to happen at the end of the first hour?
Who knows?
Rain. Likely.
Yeah.
And then if the lap times have slowed down, your drive-through is not as impactful as it would be on a dry track.
Andrew Morton has been given a final warning for not leaving racing room, interestingly enough.
That's a polite way of saying you're being rude.
There we see Aspen Martin, and you're going to take a look at the front end here, right? I mean, look at all that front end damage as a result of that incident. I mean, that is not nothing. That's going to be damaging that, not necessarily the car's engine, because the engine's not located in the front, but it's going to be having a pretty big impact on aero at least.
Oh, the aero can be impacted. Also, it's going to really mess with the driver mentality. Listen, most times when driver makes contact, it's very rarely intentional. You know, it's always an accident. You're not trying to do it. You're not trying to make something happen. You're seeing still some passes in this little conglomerate of cars. So it really can mess with the driver's mentality. Now you want to be more conservative. You want to change your lines. You don't want to make them mistake again. And it can really just kind of mess with everybody. Here's that huge-ass car coming through that has no front end, has the missing front end, what I was trying to say. And you know what? That car still looks to honestly be at an okay pace somehow.
Right now, struggling to keep Eagle Speed Academy behind. This is the battle for third place that you see on your screens here. So, Ron Walsh 137 trying to fend off the 177, who has been able to really run him down, especially in some of these lower speed corners. So the aero definitely being negatively impacted on Ron Wolf's machine, but Chris Van Gucht has just not been able to get the run that he needs to fully secure the pass.
Yeah, right now not able to do it, and we'll see. I'm guessing as the time goes on, he'll right there start to he'll make the pass and get inside, and he'll eventually get this thing done. Right about there, he's going to, and he'll get on around huge ass here. But sometimes you never know how bad damage is going to be in a car, I guess, because I would have thought that car would be, limping. That car being the huge ass car would be limping around this track with how hurt it is, but here it is, still being somewhat competitive.
Well, the advantage is that when he hit the wall, right, it was a very square hit. He didn't really hit it at an angle. It was pretty much head on, so that does give him a massive advantage in the fact that, okay, the damage is bad. It could have been far worse. So the suspension has been relatively untouched on that car. So that's been what's been allowing him to maintain that strong gap. Pretty much not a lot of battles right now throughout GT4 or through the touring car field. I mean, you got this fight here picking up for second place in GT3 Pro, and if this goes anywhere, we'll get back to that. But we do have this fight for a fifth picking up in GT4 AM as well. We've been kind of neglecting the GT4 field the last little while, but Matthew Green and Gardner Sanborn, two drivers, and in fact, sister cars. So might be a bit hesitant to battle it out.
They might not be hesitant to battle it out, but if you have a team manager, a team strategist, a team owner in the call team, they're hesitant to see this battle out because, you don't want to have two cars make contact and make it worse for both your cars. But these guys are likely, they know each other well enough to probably go in and have this battle and have some fun. And but yeah, as a team manager, owner, whatever, if someone else is probably really nervous to see those two cars side by side or back to forth, whatever they're going to be here. And there's one of the Pegassi cars moving right on through on the side, and traffic is happening. Now they'll be too wide, and the pass is made here.
I don't know if I would have gone for the pass there on a sister car, but to each their own.
By the way, speaking of, you made the comments earlier about big performance, big dominance, and big stretches. That GT3 Pro lead. Like, I know we saw it happen, don't get me wrong, but when did that happen? Like 7 seconds? I feel like not too long ago, they were like chasing one another, and then somehow 7 seconds has formed up front for the quad dash car. Wow. I mean, it felt like not long ago, World of Racing was right there with them, I thought.
Well, I mean, Yannis Albert has been doing a phenomenal job on just playing a strong game. He's been doing great with traffic management all day today. So, I mean, Albert showing no signs of slowing down soon. He's just been slowly but surely reeling that gap out little by little. And the wrong stuff. Third place runners have gone around. And they're not the only ones. It looks like WBM White may have just had a bit of an incident as well at the same time.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen the wrong stuff around, by the way. So they're having a pretty rough day here at Brands Hatch and trying to see if they can recover and get anything out of this. Here we're now about a little bit more than halfway through, through this race. Not halfway through. That'd be a heck of a feat. We're already halfway through this race. Let's watch this replay here. This would be the wrong stuff and what's going to happen up on the curb. Oh, I thought that was going to be our spot right there. I guess it's not.
It's on entry here and just lost the back end.
Wow, I mean, of all the places we've seen someone lose it around today, that may be the hardest one to explain, honestly. A lot has been, obvious pretty wet spots. That feels like maybe someone stabbed the brakes a little bit trying to get in that corner and it kind of upset the car. I don't know.
Well, those GT4 cars don't have too much in the way of downforce in comparison to the GT3 cars, right? They're lacking the massive aero kits that those GT3 cars have. So especially in the low-speed quarters, it's not too surprising that you see these cars going around, right? You got to be very, very tender on the way in. Got to be sure that you're not chucking the car in. And if you do, well, it's going to be a tough ride for you. Trophy Racing, by the way, has just come down to serve their drive-through penalty from earlier this race, and that penalty has now been served and cleared and has been satisfied. They're going to drop all the way back to 6th place in GT4 Pro and 36th overall.
Still plenty of time for those guys to make up that penalty. That's the good part about serving a penalty now. Here we are only 30 minutes into this race. Is there's so much time, possibly a safety car, maybe, and that will help level off that penalty a little bit for you and kind of make things better as we see an incredible side-by-side battle, a little bit of beating, a little bit of banging, a little bit of touching, a little bit of water spray. Everything's involved right now between these two cars. That's World of Racing, the red primary paint right there, second in line, and they're just trying to get around this field here.
And right now, second, third, and fourth, all under a blanket here. So Yashel Yunus, Patrick Annan, and Adam Cox all under a blanket. The three GT3 cars are all for position, while Yannis Albert has just reset the fastest lap of the race as the battle's going to keep on keeping on.
And this is probably the optimal time where that fastest lap is up for grabs, right? Because right now the track is still, I know we keep saying it, but it is continuing to dry for the moment. Those lines are up there on the sides. If you keep pushing the limits of where that wet spot is, you'll keep drying off the, those lines, and you'll keep having some better runs. But, probably not very long will that line be available. So drive-through penalty for the 275 unnecessary contact. So already a pretty heavy set of drive-through penalties assessed in the first hour here. And I got to be honest, with all the calamity we've seen, I'm not thoroughly surprised by all the penalties in the first hour.
Battle for 10th as well. Look at one of the Audis here trying to fight it out. That's a Project Racing team going around the outside of Empire Racing Vanilla. Oh, and he's off the road. So Rutger Gerritsen goes off track and going to allow... Oh, no, sorry. This is Alex King fighting it out.
With King, yeah,
and now off the racetrack going to go Rutger Gerritsen there. Boy, I don't know if I agree with that one. I mean, remember, King's got to be careful. He's already been penalized once for unnecessary contact. They did appeal it, but he's not doing himself any favors.
No, he's not. He is trying to go somewhere right now, and he wants to get to the front. Maybe he knows that he just wants to get up front as much as possible to help offset that penalty if or when it does finally come down and needs to be served. And boy, he's still racing tough. And finally, I think the other cars is going to back out and say, you know what, dude, like this isn't.
Well, even the TCR back there is not happy about that. He's like, dude, what did I do to get involved in all of this?
Right. Well, and the TCR is mad because he kind of got his momentum killed by that move right there, right? So there's a car up front.
That is Yannis Albert in for a scheduled pit stop here. That's the GT3 Pro race leader. Now, that is a scheduled stop coming in.
That's early, though. 40 minutes? That can't be scheduled. I mean, I don't know what schedule that would be that you're in on on a 40-minute stop, unless the radar still dry. As I peek over to my right monitor, the radar is still completely dry for the moment. So I say, unless he knows something about the rain is coming, but it's not yet. I don't see any indication of that on the radar. But 40 minutes in a GT3 is not correct. Your GT3 should go almost an hour.
In theory, you would think so. Well, we'll see if that's going to keep up the same way. The weather is always unpredictable, right? And I mean, hey, sometimes the rain doesn't come in. There's a chance the rain might not come in at all, but well, this three-way fight for the GT3s was for third, then it was for second. Now it is for the technical lead, although they are going to get set to cycle through. And up onto the wet AstroTurf there for RPM Racing Black. Trying to fight it out with World of Racing just up the road, and World of Racing is doing a phenomenal job playing defense in this battle pack here.
Yeah, a great job, in fact, of doing it. And of course, right now, by the way, I should point out with that pit stop we saw a second ago, that World of Racing battle is for the GT3 overall and the GT3 Pro lead. Here's a new fastest lap, by the way. So that's that one car, cut it down to a 1:22.263. You'll see that here, but this battle right here with World of Racing, this is with RPM Racing Black. This is for the lead right now. This is a battle that we thought a moment ago was 7 seconds behind the leader, and then now it's not.
Just able to fight their way through. Patrick Gannon goes around the outside and finally clears Yashel Yunus after a long and extensive battle for really the last 20 minutes or so. So Yashel Yunus going to continue to scrap this one out as Alex King coming down pit road. That will likely be for a scheduled stop as well. Remember, these drivers do run some fuel tank limitations as well, so it would not surprise me if we were seeing drivers starting to get towards the end of their fuel run. If I remember correctly, this is around the same time where we were starting to see cars thinking about coming down pit road at the bend as well. Of course, I was not present here at Magny-Cours in France, so I can't speak to if there's been any changes since then, but a lot of fights still picking up around the racetrack. Alex King again still sitting down in pit road, and this battle for fourth and GT4s is getting hotter.
Yeah, there's this battle right here coming down the front stretch here. The front stretch coming through, and then of course the blue car will have that optimal passing spot right there in turn one and have a great chance. So this is the battle right now. This is for fourth, fifth right here on the track. You see there, that is Matthew Green trying to keep up here in the back of that pack here, and they'll go get passed by a faster car. But Matthew Green, maybe appropriately in the white and green car, the sort of highlighter green, is going to try and run down here and keep up with P4. And there's the flashing lights. That one I don't, you know, flashing lights is a pretty universal language in race car. It can mean anything you want it to mean. Typically, it shows anger, Nolan. To be honest with you, I don't know why Matthew Green flashes lights there.
It's usually used one of two ways, right? It's either to show anger, as in, hey, what the heck is your problem? Or it's used by faster cars, especially in prototypes, right? It's like, hey, I'm right here and I'm going for this move, get out of the way, because I'm coming through.
Right. So that's your typical two meanings of it. But I don't know, in Matthew Green's case, that either one of those really should have applied. There was no, there was no faster traffic or slower traffic up ahead, and I don't know why he would have been mad at his opponent, so I don't know. But again, blinking the headlights is a pretty universal language. We kind of use it to mean whatever we want it to mean in that moment, and we think everyone's going to understand what we're saying when we do it.
And a massive penalty being handed down. We were talking about how there was the potential for a penalty for Prismatic Motorsports Athena or Minerva. Well, it's just come down. A 30-second stop and hold for that multi-car crash that they caused by going 3 wide coming down through Pilgrim's Drop. So that's going to be an extensive hold and a tough break, but I can't say I'm surprised.
No, when we sort of saw something coming. By the way, Sim Party Racing Omega just did a full 360 on the track off camera. There's they are, but if we can back them up like 30 seconds, maybe 15 seconds, you'll see they did a full 360. As we were watching that pit stop, I was pretty impressed to see them kind of spin it around and go. Here comes the replay of it. They're going to come, and there's the loop in front of traffic. Ended up in the sand, and then just kind of looped it back around, and kind of kept going like nothing happened.
Oh, one car right behind them was especially lucky to kind of avoid that mess. Take a look at this one here as...
Whoa.
Good job from Mark Reynolds for the Sim Racing Grid Phantom to get through that unscathed.
Yeah, that was impressive. Maybe a little bit of luck, with all due respect to Mr. Reynolds there, to have that work out. Here is, by the way, our RPM Racing car that is coming out of P2. So here we are working now, 45 minutes into a race. I still think these are a little early, but hey, everyone's doing it, so I don't know.
And the appeal has just come down, by the way. Check that. Never mind, not for the appeal. This is a completely individual incident involving Flaming Ford Skin Race. They were under investigation, but it is between them and Project Sync Racing Team. That has been declared no further action. So at least one of their incidents that they've been involved with has been overturned.
There you go. As I said earlier, there's no harm in appealing, so why not appeal it?
Well, this one I don't think was an appeal. I think this
it?
was a completely separate incident that they
this is
got
separate.
lucky
Oh,
on.
okay, sorry. Got it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's, by the way, that proves my point. That appeal is still pending. So now here's the downside to appealing, and this is kind of a weird thing. The longer it takes race control to get to your penalty and to decide if you do have to serve that drive-through, the less amount of racing time you have left to make up that penalty, as weirdly as that sounds. So we'll wait and see how that plays out here. Now we are working about 45 minutes into this race here. A lot of GT3s down pit road. So this must be the window. I'm a little surprised at how short it is.
Oh, no. Alexander Klenk is going to be forced to come back down pit road. Just got into the car, and, well, he has been caught for speeding on exit.
Oh, boy. Ugh.
Tough break.
That's so crushing as a driver when that happens to you. That is such a crushing thing. Like, to make that first mental mistake, you can really beat yourself up. That can really sour your mood for the whole day with a moment like that.
And off the road going to go Jonathan Lay, also fresh into the car for stage 1 race. And there's pretty much the entire GT3 field coming on down for pit stops in the last handful of laps or so. But yeah, you're right. I mean, like, it's such a crushing mistake as well, Greg, because I mean, whereas if you get into a car-to-car incident, there's an argument you can make, but I mean, if it's speeding, especially on pit exit, you got no one to blame but yourself for that.
Oh, that's very true. It's 100% true. I 100% agree with that. And seeing here, lots of stuff happening on the track. So they're going to come more cars down pit road. Some down here. Of course, everybody 4 tires and gas. If you're going to come down pit road, when that car disappears like that one up front, that means we've done our driver swap. And so you'll see some teams want to do it every hour. Some teams want to do it every couple hours. You'll see a couple drivers, like maybe like we did at Magny-Cours, who wants to do the whole day. That's not against the rules here. It's, I think, a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 5, I believe, per FTR rules in these cars. And no one will do 5 today in a 4-hour race. I expect the most you'll see on any team is 2, as we see another huge-ass car down pit road.
That's Clay coming down to serve that stop-and-hold penalty that he's going to be caught with. So tough break for him. Martin Deckett and Alyssa Merrill still maintaining runs for Pegasus Sim Racing and Huge Ass. They have both remained in their respective race cars as they continue to take through the racetrack and back around into the final couple of quarters this year. A battle ongoing for 5th place through Sterling's.
Yeah, great battle. In fact, they're all side by side coming here to the right-hander. Huge Ass will have the advantage and will pull it off. And the reason why they'll have the advantage and they'll pull it off there is, you know, this is kind of a unique track in that I feel like there's not a lot of left, right corners. And we saw a lot at Magny-Cours, if I remember right, Nolan, where it felt like there was never really anyone who got an advantage in the corner because, you know, if you have the advantage in this corner, but next corner you lose it. And that's what I call the left, rights. But here at Brands Hatch, a lot of corners, you know, if you take a right-hander, it leads into another right-hander. So you really, if you get that inside run, you get to do something with it.
Brands Hatch, one of those racetracks that's just got so much flow to it. And if I'm being honest, I think a flow that was missing a lot from Magny-Cours. I don't know why. I've never been a fan of that track. I think the track doesn't have much flow. There's not much personality to it. It's pretty much completely flat all throughout. I mean, I think there's much better French tracks. Dijon-Pinoy being one of them that they could have put in. And dare I say, Paul Ricard probably would have been a better choice to put on the iRacing, but it is what it is. Oh, trouble! Look out as backwards into the Patago bend goes Jonathan Lay. And he keeps it out of the wall. A great job from Jonathan Lay to keep that car out of the tire barriers. And usually going backwards, you're finding a tire barrier in a big way. That was a lucky break for Jonathan Lay. And what the heck happened here coming down to the turn 1?
Let's wait and find out, see what's going to happen to him. Does he get contact 3 wide right there? And does he just get off? No. Man, that 3 wide is scary. Just watching it back in replay.
He just cuts across the nose of the Audi.
Oh, yep, there it is. Hold on, caution's out, by the way. Caution is out at the racetrack. Not related to this. It's going to be that point threshold has finally been met here.
And that'll be why. That's
going to be the final straw, for sure, I would think.
And that was Rutger Garrison that has found himself going up and around. As take one more look on board with the Audi here that we just saw turn that car into the wall.
Yep.
This is Project Racing Team, the car that ended up going around. This is on board the Audi that he turned across the nose of. This is Ivo Linden. No, sorry, it was a different Audi. It was Garrison that he turned across the nose of. My apologies.
So caution will be out. This is kind of, I guess, weird timing because the GT3s were done with their pit stops, but the 4s and the TCRs had not yet made most of their pit stops. So this is going to be kind of, there's the cross right, yep, just, not clear. He's going to call right there.
I don't see anything the 50 car did wrong there at all. And then just seconds after that, Project Racing Team actually made that Pegassi Motorsports having their incident. This is what brought out the full course yellow. This is Yanni Leclerc having a spin in the Lamborghini and just lost the back end of cold tires out wide and onto the water. And then you see even more cars getting collected.
Oh, right there. Yep, that's going to be it.
And that is the Project Racing Audi that got collected as well. So a handful of incidents in this one all at once.
Yeah.
And that Audi has got a broken suspension. That's why they had to take a tow.
See again one more time. Watch this. Sort of the start of it. That car is going to wiggle and watch on behind this. Some people are going to miss, I guess. What? Maybe it was a breaking point. I don't know how it's got a little aggressive and tried to get around that wreck and then, cause worse.
I'm surprised that light of an impact actually broke the suspension on that Audi. I mean, that looked like he barely even touched it, but
I agree.
Here we are. Well, right now it's a BMW that leads the way for GT3 Pro. Twin Fords right behind him. McLaren leading the way in GT3 AM. You don't see that all that often in GT3 racing on iRacing. BMW is currently dominating the GT4 category, especially in the AM class where they are running 1, 2, and 3, with Mercedes running 2, 3, 4, and 5. But Ontario Esports isn't pulling out clear. And then the lone Honda of the field leading the way in TCR. This comes at a very interesting point in the race, as we are going to get set to see cars going down pit road before too long. So we're going to take ourselves a quick step back and be back with more racing action here in just a moment on Greenfly TV. Stay with us.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Green Flag TV as several cars coming down pit road here for pit stops under our first major safety car of the afternoon. I'll be curious to see if anybody here is going to opt to go for potential tire changes, but we talked earlier about how pretty much the entirety of the TCR and GT4 fields had not yet come down pit road. This is a great opportunity right at the end of the first hour to be able to make these trips down pit road. So several cars are going to be hopping in. Altura Esports puts Miles Owens into the race car. Pablo Cabrera jumps in for an Esports. Otherwise, not seeing many newcomers into the field. I see Matthew Malure coming into the car. Otherwise, pretty much everybody going to remain behind the driver's seat to close things on out here for TCR and GT4 pit stops here, Derek.
Well, I was thinking in my head as you were going through all the pit stops here, Nolan, you know, the one thing that's probably worth talking about for a second when we have this long safety car process, the people who benefited from this, and it's not just the GT4s and TCRs who get to pit under yellow. Think about all the drivers. Think about either your drive-through penalties. Think about the huge-ass car with that speeding penalty. This basically negates that. Don't get me wrong, they're not going to get their spots back, but they get a chance to now line up with the field, and it's kind of like nothing happened. It's kind of just almost like a 1 hour reset, right? We went through the first hour of the race, we kind of learned some things, that was pretty cool, and then you're lined up, and it's like that penalty never happened. It's one of the unique things about league racing with endurance racing, you know, and the officials, we don't have these safety cars yet. There's definitely a call in the community that I think is growing smaller, or slowly, pardon me, to have some kind of safety car procedure worked out. But, I mean, right now, here we are. Those guys kind of, I don't want to say to get a reset. That's probably overstating it, but it helps level the field.
Chris Van Gucht spending a very long time in pit road, just now leaving the box after spending 93 seconds in pit road. So light again, some damage repaired. By the way, some news coming in. We were wondering about why the 185 of Kyle Bundell for Empire or Equipment Geek Racing came down pit road on just lap 6. Well, that's because they didn't change the fuel load to race trim after qualifying.
Oops.
That'll do it. So
that'll do it. Yeah.
It was quote unquote scheduled. I mean, they couldn't have really gone much longer, but
no, you're right. I mean, it was scheduled, I guess, and that's what happens probably more commonly than we'd like to admit in that racing world. Is that it's not common, but it's not uncommon either, where people forget to change when you're qualifying to your race sets, and the downside for that car, by the way, it's not just a fuel problem, right? They could have different sets about how maybe the car handles, or just different things about that car that they loved in qualifying on a hot lap. That's not intended to go for a 4-hour race. So that the problems in that car could run a little deeper than just how much fuel there was. So we'll wait and see what kind of day they have here. And there's a beautiful look here as the camera's kind of panning around of all the scenery around this track. But this right here, we talked about earlier in the first hour, this, I guess you call it a front stretch, by the way, is that weirdly unique off-camber shot. What are you trying to find here?
Looking at the cloud cover that we got all over the racetrack. I mean, the clouds have they haven't really closed in much, but they've been rather persistent in lingering around. And Especially right there. There's a couple of nasty ones overhanging turn 1.
Yeah, so far looking at the radar provided by iRacing, I still do not see any specks of color on the map, so I'm not sure when or if that rain is going to come in here. You were kind of panning around, and you were looking for like a restaurant to go eat at. I wasn't sure what we were, like we were doing, like
Where's
a
the
little
concession
touristy,
stand?
like, yeah, right? Oh, we could play the Where's Dale Jr. game. Of course, every iRacing track, Dale Jr. and Steve Myers are somewhere together.
Do we know where Dale Jr. is here at?
No, I've
Brands
never.
match?
I do not. Do I seem like the kind of guy who has the patience for that game?
I don't
No.
know, man. You're the one that will message me at like midnight over the most random stuff.
Right, but what? Okay, that's not wrong. But when we, I'm not exactly the king of patience. No. Between the two of us, who's more patient?
Ooh, okay. They actually are located somewhere at Brands Hatch.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They actually might be in a place where we can actually quite easily see them from this pit road camera here. In fact, there they are, right there by
there
pit
they are.
exit,
It's so weird.
right next to
just
Steve
how flat-
Myers.
Yep. Every racetrack in iRacing, there's those two right there in that same pose.
They're having a great
somewhere.
day.
Yeah, they are, right?
Who doesn't love a safety car in a road course? It bunches it up, it changes up the running order.
And and it's funny. Back then, when this sort of Easter egg of Dale Jr. Steve Myers first started to become a thing, and they are legit at every racetrack in iRacing somewhere. Dale Jr. was not really part of iRacing yet. Of course, now he's part of the board and helps make decisions, and it was an integral part in getting the NASCAR 25 video game moving.
Not to
So
mention
we'll see
the
how that-
revival of North Wilkesboro Speedway in general, not just on
Yep.
iRacing.
In general, yeah, lots of projects by getting the. I think that was it. The Gen 4s helped get a couple of those scanned in. So at least, and he sent some stuff on the roadside as well, I'm sure. But on the oval side, Dale Jr.'s been a big help to the iRacing community in this fashion. So here we are. Let's start to line up. Wave arounds are in the process of happening, by the way. So we're definitely moving through this safety car process. It's looking to be a, knock on wood, a pretty normal safety car process for FTR here, and just kind of riding around behind that. It looks more like a police cruiser. It's got the red and blue lights. It's got the blinking lights. It's got a nice paint scheme. Looks like he's about to pull someone over.
Well, you never know. I mean, there's been a speed penalty handed down today.
That's so good. That's so good. That's top notch right there. Yeah, that's true.
You know, I think this is kind of a good point, right? Because you usually know under these safety cars, right? I mean, we talk about the race, talk about the field so far. It's a good chance, kind of just talk shop, as it were. You often have these like topical Thursdays things that you put out to a bunch of the Discord groups that we're in. I'm curious, do you have one for our viewers today? Because you got 27 watching.
Oh boy. I mean, so typically topical Thursdays, it's kind of funny. They're typically not racing related, which is sort of the funny thing. I do that on purpose because our common core of why we talk is racing. So like I try to get people to branch out beyond that. But I mean, I don't know. Wow, you put me in a spot. I don't know. Hold on, so lights went on, pace car went out for a second. They're going to go back on. We're going to spend at least one more lap around here. A good topical. I mean, you can go typical racing stuff and ask for someone's favorite road course. That's a pretty good debate. A lot of the topical stuff relates around food. I'm a foodie.
Oh yeah.
So we do a lot of food. I try my best to get away from food, but it just always comes back around. I don't know. I guess I want to know. All right, we'll do this. Everyone's favorite candy bar. What is your favorite candy or candy? Because M&M's is not a candy bar, but if you said M&M's, I'd allow that.
Okay.
Now that I said that, what is my favorite candy bar?
I think you kind of have to split it up into two categories, right? You got chocolates,
Okay.
and then you got like the sour candies, right? I feel like you kind of got to differentiate the two. There's these gummies that the Superstore locally to me sells that I absolutely adore. I love just biting into those. If I had to pick a brand one, Sour Patch Kids through and through. Chocolate bars, I'm a Snickers guy.
Yeah, I used to make a Snickers guy somehow.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
What do you
ever
mean
see
by
those
that?
commercials? You ever see those commercials where someone's all worked up and they eat a Snickers and they're kind of calmed down and
Yeah,
That, favorite candy bar. I'm a fan of white chocolate. So anything in white chocolate form. Yeah, Hershey's is a good one. I love the Hershey's white chocolate stuff. White chocolate Kit Kats might be top of the list, actually. And here's a weird take, and I legit don't know if you have this in Canada because we have different stuff. Reese's Pieces are better than M&M's.
Facts. That's just facts.
100%. 100%. Reese's Pieces are better than M&M's.
I will not debate you on that one. Yeah.
Okay.
And Reese's Pieces are some of the great, like, chocolate pieces of candy. I think the only other one that might be comparable is the M&M's that have, like, peanuts in the middle of them. Those ones are pretty good as well, but Reese's Pieces any day of the week if I had to make a choice.
Yeah, 100%. That's it. I'm not a real big fan of sour candies. It's just not my thing. Like, I'll eat butter. Like, I don't know. I don't really get them anymore. It's just sort of an old person thing. Now that I say that about myself. Like the wrapped butterscotches.
I don't know what you're
like
talking about.
Werther's. Like Werther's, like individually wrapped butterscotch pieces. Oh my gosh, butterscotch is so amazing. But yeah, that's always a good one. Break me off. What does it say in chat? Sorry, I missed it. Oh yeah, piece of the Kit Kat bar. Thank you, Aaron May. Aaron May got it. Yeah, the white chocolate Kit Kat might be towards the top of this. So we're going to reset here again, though. It's time to bring it back into racing a little bit because lights on the pace car are out, Nolan. So MRC Quad Dash is back up front after all the confusion. RPM Racing Black is up there. Roller Racing is back to third, by the way.
Yeah, Yeshel Eunice putting on a good recovery drive as he'll be starting, third place in GT3 Pros.
Sorry, they've added a lap. I thought we were getting back into our headspace, and they've added a lap on me.
Again, I'm not complaining, right? Better to make sure that everything's correct rather than go green and then you have a whole bunch of a mess that you gotta fix, right? So
other thing to look at real quick, in FTR we do not do it, I guess, IMSA style. We don't break apart the classes on the restarts. So there is the number 21 car, which is the GT3, and he's going to be marred back in GT4 and TCR traffic. So that car must have tried to get some repairs done, or I don't know what happened to him, but he's going to have a rough restart for that 21 car. If we can find him on cameras, I'm not sure, but he's going to have a bit of a busy restart trying to get around some slower traffic.
Well, not to mention as well the fact that there's a bunch of GT3 Pro lap traffic in between the 10 and the 49 as well. Lights have officially gone out. They are going to officially bring the pace car in this time by. So the field is going to come down, or the pace car is going to come down pit road. And we are going to go back to green flag racing after about a 15-minute long full course yellow period. The field stacked up behind. They haven't gone green yet, guys. Oh, they're going to crash. Coming to the line. Heads up as it's going to be a T-bone shot. No. A Porsche gets collected. And one car stopped in the middle of the field. They're all going to have to scramble. Heads up for BMW slicing through.
Oh, no.
Just able to get on the brakes.
That car needs a tow. That car needs off the track right now. I know he's waiting to get moving. Okay, well, I guess we're all through now.
Oh, my goodness.
There's one car to tow, but... Well, that did not go well. Would be a slight understatement of the truth. That car slid both ways across the track. No one went with a replay of it, but that's painful.
Well, and what that all was is that is all down to just drivers getting too impatient off of the restart, to be blunt. And there you see one of the Mustangs has gone around as the field trying to duck around him. And he's going to take a wise move, just reverse off the racetrack. Good call there, right? Get off the racetrack and make room for the field. I'm shocked it wasn't another safety car.
Well, it's definitely going to put us close to it. Remember, we have those point thresholds we follow where we come around. Watch what's going to happen on the restart here. Watch, it's going to be that fourth car in line, that yellow, highlighter yellow car, and what's going to happen. Yep, the car behind him just went. And not everybody's there. Oh boy, there's a second car involved, that blue car.
And then watch this GT4 BMW here that just comes flying in. That's the Altura Esports car that just came ripping into the 213.
That needs looked at. I'll just say it out loud. I don't know. We have no say. Trust me, I know that. But that needs looked at. Like, I understand there's not a safety car out per se, but that needs looked at. You can't. That's. I'm trying to find a nice word for it. That aggressive, stupid. Watch this with a replay. What's going to happen here? I mean, obviously, brake lights are on, brake lights are on, brake lights are on. Like, what are you doing here, bud?
Well, this is nothing to do with the actual
That's
cars.
not him.
Yeah, this wasn't him. This is the huge ass car that arrived on scene, and he kind of had to make an awkward correction to get around. We'll try to find which one of the Altura cars it was. It may have been Pit Venanzi right here.
Be coming around the last corner before the straight. At this point, you think green flag's probably already out. Watch ahead through the windshield. I mean, brakes. What are you doing? Like, that's not okay. I'm just gonna say it out loud.
Yeah, lucky that he didn't get
could have ended way worse.
Well, this has created a massive bottleneck of cars that they are still trying to fight their way through. I mean, look at this gaggle here. And more cars going around as two more get caught up. Coming down through Pilgrim's Drop, and just more problems. And that time it's the most mediocre motorsports machine daring by. They've had problems so far today. They're both around. Huge Ass Black and Almeida Racing Academy have both been caught with meatball flags to boot. So there has been a lot that has happened here in the midst of all of this. This was coming up over the hill. So that was
loose on their own, it looked like, honestly. I don't know if they made any contact with the car to the inside. I think maybe this got it kind of turned around and more contact was made. But what is this second hour? This is a vastly different world from the first hour, it feels like. We're just right in his first two laps.
It's just
all
ran
hell.
each other over again. Like,
yep, into the wall. And,
oh
my God.
Man.
And Prismatic just got caught up in that moment by mostly mediocre. You see the Prismatic car super slow.
Nothing that George and McKay could have done there. He's been forced to retire out of this race.
Well, race control wasn't busy before.
And now,
God,
still GT4 traffic piled up underneath each other as they're trying to work their way around one another, and what a mess.
Yeah, that's putting it nicely. What a mess. What an absolute mess this restart has been. And I don't mean that negatively towards the league or in general. Just lots of calamity, lots of maybe pointless wrecks, lots of pointless aggression. Honestly, just lots of stuff in that nature. So I think maybe starting to calm down, knock on wood, side by side up here. I think we're going to be okay.
This is fourth place in GT4 Pro between Torque Racing TeamSpeak and Treehouse Racing. Justin Michaela and John Goodman both had individual problems of their own throughout this race as well. The battles are going to continue to pick up in aggression as time moves along. Also got GT4 AM that is looking like they want to start scrapping it out.
I think we can officially say the field has started to spread out a little bit here. I think maybe some of the close call calamity may be over for the moment. We can kind of get back into racing and let race control do whatever they're going to do. And all kidding aside, Nolan, I've done the job before for different races, and not with FTR, but for different events. Shout out to race control. Those guys are the unsung heroes of a race weekend, because the calls they have to make are never popular for somebody. It's a lot of work getting it correct. It's a lot of work being consistent, and those guys don't get enough credit. And right now in this second hour, they're going to be busy for a long time working out these first few laps.
It is an often thankless job, and one that often is done on a volunteer basis. Heads up off the road! Gonna go Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium, and that was for the GT4M race lead. I don't think contact between them, but Alexandros Barlas new into the car, spearing off track at the top of the Pilgrim's Drop, and lucky to keep that car out of the wall.
Yeah, that's one of a few times you've seen someone get up in the grass or up in the dirt or in the sand or whatever you call it, that I thought for sure was going to lead to some really bad contact, and those drivers have been able to keep it off the wall and keep things moving in the correct direction. So that's been pretty fun to see as this day goes on. If you're new to FTR, by the way, let's kind of take a second and explain to you how Race Director works. Everything that happens on the track, spin on the track, spin off the track, car contact, different factors all assign a points value in that system. And then the software has a trigger point that changes per race of when a yellow comes out. So you may look at a wreck and say, hey, why is that wreck not a yellow? Per the system, it's not how it works. It's just when we meet that threshold. And that threshold could simply be a car finally got off track and has triggered the number, or it could be the big wreck triggers the number. We're never really going to know for sure. Now, I'm bringing it all up to say, Nolan, we just had a caution, but I would think after that first one, with all the calamity in these first couple laps, we're probably close to a second one.
Well, you see Sim Party Racing and Gardner Sanborn trying to scrap it out. This is a Pro and an AM car that are currently fighting this one out for 22nd place overall. So Sanborn wants to go because he's trying to catch up to Julian Carson's just up the road. As several drivers are going to continue to fight this one out amongst themselves. I tell you what, I mean, bit of a rough start, but I think we've finally been able to settle things in, and the 175 entry going to be caught with a drive-through penalty.
Well, I suspect this will be the first announcement of many in the next half hour or so of penalties that are going to occur because of what all we've seen happen. And this car, I mean, I'm not sure why this one's getting a drive-through specific. It says unnecessary contact in the notes, but wait and see what's going to happen with that green car and how they're able to recover.
Yeah. Well,
from this moment.
This is a penalty if that happened before the safety
before
car.
The caution, that's
yeah,
right.
Yeah, so they're still dealing with all the incidents that happened before the safety car period. And here we go, a big dive to the inside for 4th place as Sim Party Racing echoes Matthew Green. Tried to send it on Alexandros Barlas, and Barlas gets with the over-under and Druids and gets right back through.
Yeah, nice pass right on through, and maybe the crossover, you want to call it that, they kind of caused that happen. Look at the battle up front here. And doing a good job. But I do want to talk about the difference in Pro and AM. I know you mentioned earlier it was a Pro and an AM car side by side, and we'll see that all day long. The cars themselves are identical. If it's whatever it is, pick your favorite GT3. If it's a Merc, the car is the same. It's the driver rating or the driver class that makes you a Pro or an AM. So it's not unheard of to see AMs beating Pros and or at least being competitive. It's just how good are you at a track, and that's the downside I think sometimes to a Pro and an AM system, Nolan. Is I think sometimes it really kind of it creates these classes that can define people. I understand the purpose of it is to make the racing more fair and make it more fun, so you have something to compete for. There's another car up in the wall. What's that?
Treehouse Racing, and he may have gotten help from trophi Racing TeamSpeak because he was in the midst of a battle for 4th in GT4 AM when this was going down.
Let's watch this real quick and I'll come back to the talk of Pro and AMs and see what's going to happen here. Watch from behind. See what's going to happen. There's Treehouse right up ahead. Here's Torque Freak digging inside the corner.
Just
up on the curbs. Yep, just drifted into him and put Treehouse through the wall. So the positive of Pro and AMs is it helps create more racing and helps create something to race for. The negative sometimes, I think it sort of innately defines this kind of class system where like, oh, you're an AM driver, but hey, as an AM driver, you can beat a Pro driver. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, heck, look at what happened in VSCA, right, in 2024. I mean, Digital Chicane actually caught quite a bit of flack because they were running in the GT3 AM category, and more often than not, they were even curb stomping the GT3 Pro field in that series. I mean, they were more often than not second to only one car and were pulling a 30-plus second gap over their own class every single week, and there was a lot of discussion in that series about whether or not they should be made up to a Pro driver. I think they have been since upgraded to a Pro driver now in recent seasons. Of course, we'll be back with that series more in 2026. But, again, I mean, there's nothing to stop Pro and AM drivers from fighting against one another. They're scored separately, but they're very much in similar pace cars.
Yeah, very much similar pace cars. I agree with that. So we'll see that racing happen. There's World of Racing we saw back here, by the way, kind of marred in traffic a little bit. And they're trying to get their way through here and see if they can work up to the front. Boy, I said things had calmed down as far as traffic-wise, but look at this. What's that, 7, 8 cars over here in this little gaggle of cars all trying to find their way around. And something that's very unique, Nolan, about this FTR schedule, if we look ahead to it or look back at it, the tracks that have been selected, I like it because it's not your typical endurance tracks. We're going to Brands Hatch. I think we're going to end, we end the season at Barber, if I remember right. That said, they're not always the biggest race tracks. There's a reason they're not typical endurance tracks. I think right now we're kind of seeing that with how tight the passing is here at Brands Hatch.
Of course, the main championship also going to be taken to the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal in the 1st of November in a couple of weeks. And then, of course, a track that, more typical of an endurance race, right? The Sebring International Raceway, a track synonymous with endurance racing, especially in the IMSA scene, right? With the 12 hours of Sebring taking place there as Alyssa Merrill looking like the huge-ass blue car may have just had a bit of an off.
What's going to happen here with that huge-ass car? See how they're going to find their way off track. Comes through the corner. No contact from anybody. Nothing so far to the inside of that green car. And no, it's got loose in the zone.
Oh, man. And
hello. Buzz the tower.
Yeah, the sister car of the huge-ass machines nearly going around. This is the huge-ass yellow car headed up by Michael Derby.
Watch this again. This will be close here.
Yikes.
Oh. Hold on, caution's out again. That's our trigger point right there. There's going to be one more probably for the trigger point, and caution will come out yet again and about the closer to the end of the 2nd hour.
Interesting. So safety car out once more, and may have been for Pegasus.
Let's watch this and see what's going to happen here to Pegasus.
No, not for Pegasus.
There's a bit of an off track, but
right around here is when the safety car comes out. I think
that off track may have.
Yeah, maybe that was it. That was the threshold right there, or potentially. Because remember, it's not for any one incident. It's a incident point threshold that you got to worry about. So this was the latest off track I've seen Sunday drivers, and I think that might have done it right there.
And that's kind of the unique part of the system, right? Is it's kind of. I mean, once again, after all the calamity in the restart, you cannot be surprised when under caution again. But it is kind of also weird to think that that's your trigger point. That someone, touching grass is your trigger point. But again, under caution here, this will benefit the GT3s. This will shorten their pit cycle. And I suspect all GT3s, will be down pit road under this caution. Again, the radar still looks drier than I thought it was going to. And there's some more penalties being handed out still. I guess these are probably going to be the beginning of this restart. Finally, we're getting these penalties. Failure to hold brakes. Yep, that's definitely going to be what happened in that. That's that highlighter yellow car that went across the track both times.
Yeah, that's Aubrey Kundal who's currently driving that race car. And I am 99% positive you're not allowed to serve that penalty under a safety car period. So Aubrey's going to have to wait until the... Gonna have to wait until we go back green before she's gonna be able to serve that penalty.
Well, let's look ahead in the weather radar, Nolan, here for about the next hour. I don't. The rain chances are just sticking at 0%. I know we thought it was going to happen, and don't be wrong, there's still plenty of racing left. But I think a lot of drivers, and maybe us included, thought the rain would have been here already. But so far, it's being held off right now at the track here in England.
England typically known as a rather wet country, right? I mean, wet races are synonymous with the UK and Germany, in fact. So, like I said, yeah, I'm surprised that the rain doesn't hit yet. But again, it's that unpredictability that keeps teams waiting. Because remember, the chance rises to 62% chance of rain at its peak. And again, that could be as little as a few sprinkles. I mean, it's still technically raining, but 60% chance of rain, that still leaves almost 50-50 odds that we're not going to get any.
Yeah, I mean, it does. You're right. So we'll wait and see how this race plays out. We'll be back in the pace car again here. And boy, for a lot of drivers, again, who maybe need to go get repairs done after that calamity on the restart, this would be good news for them to get all that fixed and kind of level off the playing field, I guess, a little bit here again. Pit lane is, I think he said close this time. Yep. So no one's going to pit this time by.
Well,
so it'll be a little bit longer here before we get anything done.
But are we actually the field that might be coming down pit road? You could be looking at the GT3s because they've. I mean, it's been almost an hour since they last came down pit road. So I think the GT3s will probably be the ones that need to come down pit road the most. But And if you're a touring car or a GT4 driver, I don't see any reason to come down pit road at all here, unless you're going for a driver swap.
Depends, I think, right now. So, in this, for TCRs, I mean, it's so funny to think there's so few of them that I would take the extra gas. I mean, I know you're saying the driver swaps matter and everything, but like, I may not change tires. I mean, first off, as far as there's unlimited tire sets in this race. We're not tire managing at all. But if I was in the back of the GT3 field or the back of the GT4 field, even, why would I not come down and top this thing off just in case? Just in case we don't go yellow again, why would I not want that extra half hour of fuel? Why would I not want to put myself in that spot? Now, I agree with you. If I'm one of the GT4 leaders, if I am, Sim Party Racing, if I'm Alternate Esports, right, if I'm the wrong stuff who's back up to P3 and GT4, by the way, I may not give up that spot. There's a lot of GT4s in this race. But if I was in the back of the GT4 field, what do I have to lose?
Several drivers are going to be putting in consideration into that. We've got 2.5 hours left to go. And coming up in just 25 minutes time, the Velocity Online Racing Series IndyCar Championship will kick off at the Texas Motor Speedway for a good long run over there. You can join our VOR broadcast team. We're going to have, of course, the SRA Gen 4 Series at Talladega later on tonight. Classic IndyCar Series out for a marathon at the Auto Club Speedway, and it's a critical point of the championship for the Classic IndyCar Series. Moosenin has been in control of the title for the last several months, and he has the chance to lock out the championship 3 races early before the end if he can come away with a second place or better in Fontana this coming Sunday alongside the Blaze Battles ARCA Series at Mobility Resort Motegi. For them, the Mid-Atlantic Racing Series will take to the National Super Speedway. Omis Sorrell will ultimate Talladega. It's really Super Speedway week, isn't it, right? CIS and Auto Club.
I'm okay with that.
Omis Sorrell, Premier Sim Racing, Outline Motorsports Truck Series, Speed Cup Series, and of course SRA, all going to be at Talladega within the next 7 days.
I want to hit on that on schedule, so keep that there for a second. But our leader just came down pit road.
Yanis Albert could be in for a driver swap. This would be the first swap of the day the team has done, but right now, Yanis made it in the car for the time being.
Yeah, I think that was important to note. A few GT3s have stayed out and not pitted, but I want to point that out. Our leader down pit road, so apparently a bunch of GT3s are going to take a shot here at pit road. On that schedule, the one that stood out to me the most, because it's an oval we don't run enough, in my opinion, Blazing Pedals tomorrow night at the Motegi Oval. That is going to be interesting. I'm willing to bet 90% of that field has never seen or touched that track before. I mean, it's not something that's used often in iRacing. I touched it. Oh, I'm old. I touched it a long time ago in Forza Motorsport 2. But that's going to be a really fun racetrack at Motegi. I'm excited for that broadcast. I mean, I'm a super speedway nerd, so I'm excited for all the Talladega tonight. I know you'll be there with SRA. You'll be in OMSRL, myself, and Evan Pasoko, the voice of eNASCAR, doing Premier Sim Racing together Wednesday night. So it's going to be fun. But Motegi Oval, I mean, it's not a super speedway, I guess, but like it's big enough and wide enough that it kind of is.
Well, it's a mile and a half, but the banking relatively low on the racetrack. I don't think I would call it that because I think it drives a lot more akin to a track like, I don't know, maybe a combination of Darlington and Milwaukee, if that makes any kind of sense. And
Darlington's Darlington's a great analogy for that. I mean, but there's something about the speeds there. I know it's a mile and a half, and it's got those kind of banking, and it's even got the different shaped corners like Darlington. It's got so it's going to be a fun track, and I think it's going to be more fun. I think there's a lot of drivers who've never touched that track before, and of course, I mean, look at this great schedule. I mean, soon we'll be back on Mondays with the High Tide Racing League. Last I counted, Nolan, we're up, over 40 broadcasts in the month of October?
Yeah, I think the total number ended up being about 45? Either 45 or 48. It was one of the two. Either way, it's a new record. It's a very busy month, and especially 5 of those shows just happening in the span of 48 hours here from Saturday through Sunday. I'm curious how Motegi is going to go, right? Because, I mean, that track, it gets a lot of stigma from the oval race community. It's a very divisive racetrack. I mean, a lot of drivers like the place. A lot more drivers absolutely despise the place, and I can't for the life of me figure out why.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of Motegi, the other divisive thing, it is it's the site of the Danica Patrick IndyCar win that some people despise. Because at the time, if I recall the story correct, IndyCar ran at Motegi. There was another big race going on somewhere else, and so some of the IndyCar guys missed the Motegi race. And she won. I mean, hey, she won. Like, she won, but some people, well, she didn't win a full field. I don't care. She won.
A win's a win.
A
It
win is
doesn't
a
matter
win.
how many cars there are.
Right,
There could be
exactly.
3 cars on the track. I mean, you're still scoring the
You win,
points.
you
You're
win.
still winning the race. A win's a win.
Yeah. So, yeah, and of course, Talladega week kicks off. I'm excited for that. Excited for it in officials. I'm excited to see if I can get myself another NIS win on a super speedway. So we'll see what happens this week here. And of course, right now, we still got some more special events on the iRacing side and officials left this year. We got one more special event in November for the GT3s. So lots going on. You got the 24-hour series happening on iRacing this season, Nolan. Every other weekend, a 24-hour race. I know today they're racing in Imola. And with the IMSA cars, that's where actually Finicini's going to hop in the broadcast booth in about a half hour and do commentary with you. And then he has endurance stints to do later at Imola. So he has a lot of a busy day ahead of him. And then it gets busy. 2 weeks from now, we go to that one track in France with the KFC that I don't think we're still supposed to say the name of. For a 24-hour race unofficially. We go to Daytona. We're going to Spa where it's going to rain during an endurance race. So I'm excited for what's ahead in iRacing, even on the official side. It's going to be a lot of fun here up through the month of December. Spa is already a hard enough racetrack for me. I don't need it to rain there. Spa in the dark raining is what nightmares are made of, as far as I'm concerned.
No kidding. The only other one that's more nightmare is just the Nürburgring.
Yeah. Yep. And it did rain. If I remember right, for the official 24 hours, it did rain.
Yeah.
If I remember right, for Nürburgring this year. Yeah, absolutely. So, well, up front here, this is going to be a bit of a jumble through the field. Right now, RPM Racing Black, Sim Party Racing are up in the front. RPM Racing Red's back in the field a little bit, so lots going on as the time. Hey, speaking of the guy who's got endurance stints to do today, Finicini's here.
Yes, I am. How you doing?
Good, Finn. We're under caution. So far, the rain has held off throughout the day, and it looks like through the forecast, maybe no rain or little rain up to maybe the last hour of this race. And I'm just going to kind of start by picking your brain instantly, because that's fun to do.
Yeah,
When you enter an endurance race, whether it's 4 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, whatever, and you think there's a chance of rain coming, how does that affect your preparation? And then is it disappointing when it doesn't come? Does it kind of mess with you a little bit that it never happens?
It kind of depends. Depends on, like, if the forecast says, oh, there's going to be a 100% chance of rain for, the
Right.
last 6 hours of a race, and then
Right.
it never shows. It's disappointing because you probably put in a little more practice, and you're like, oh, 30% chance of rain. Turn a few laps to make sure I know how to turn it if it gets a little damp on the track versus how do I prepare for monsoon conditions should I get them.
Right.
It's all in all, I love rain racing. It's one of my favorite things. So for me, whenever I'm like, oh, there's rain on the calendar, I'm so stoked. Really frustrates a lot of my endurance team members who are less thrilled about it than I am.
Hi, Clark.
But ultimately, it does change your preparation, because if you know there's going to be no rain, then you don't need to worry about rain practice. But if there is rain, it's always good to turn laps. It's always good to get at least like half a fuel stint to a fuel stint in on any type of rain. The more there is, the more projected, the more time I spend in my own development and preparation for a endurance race like a 24, any length really. It's pretty kind of relative to how much rain there's expected to be. And then if there's no rain, I'm super stoked, because that means it's both easier and then it'll be less of a problem.
Ending our second caution here, coming around, Nolan. I think the lights are staying off this time, so I think we're going green.
Last time we had a massive bottleneck and a pile up coming to the green flag. We'll see if it'll be any different this time around. A bit of a more orderly restart this time through, as everyone is clear into turn number 1.
What's that whole thing? Like, you learn from history, so you don't repeat it. That felt like a much better restart than the last one. Everyone kind of patient. Oh, hold on.
And off goes.
Is that the car that got penalized for not holding their
It
Is
sure
that the same car?
was. It was the car that got sent around before.
Oh, caution again.
And a yellow flag quickly coming out on this one. Boy, that took seconds that time to come on out. And probably because of that GT4M incident, as we're going to drag a lot of gravel across the racetrack over there in Druids.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for those drivers to deal with that for a second. But lots happened there. We saw a car going sideways through what I believe we turn 1. Let's watch the replay here and see what's going to happen. Watch the back of your screen, I believe. On the left side, Dylan's 2 different cars turned 2 different ways. There's more car contact right there. And this is not counting the car that slid through turn 1, the GT3. So that's our 3 different cars turned around here, Finn. And let's see if we can see the third one. This would be Altura up front. That's nope.
That's in part of Racing Tango that had that spin.
Is that just someone either too aggressive in the corners or it's gonna be too aggressive in the corners out on the outside of that corner, right, Finn?
Yeah, it's got to be. You can see by the way that car, both of these cars. The second one I think is entirely checking up to not hit the first BMW that spun, but that was just too much, I think, throttle and too much tire or too much steering wheel rotation, causing those rears to just kick out from them.
And then somewhere in the midst of all of this, there's Empire Racing Valhalla who had gone off the road.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now. I'm trying to figure out what happened with that.
Just got punted by the former race leader.
Tapped by Quad Dash, yep. And so Finn, I saw in the last restart, this is the car that got really sent around and they went up and down the track on the front stretch to cause a big calamity. So that team is having Empire Racing a really rough run at it. You know, Finn, one of the hardest things to explain, if someone is like a family member or a friend in this race and they're not into racing, they're just kind of supporting, isn't it kind of weird to say that like that car got turned around for tapping the brakes? Like, I know as race nerds we get it, but like that doesn't seem intuitive if you're not that into racing. You're like, he's on the brakes. How does he turn the car around?
Yeah, it's one of those things, and it's always something that's been very interesting in my family because I have my dad's side of the family who are a bunch of race nerds and car nerds in general, and then I have my mom's side of the family who have no desire to learn anything about racing. So it's a conversation I've seen in various forms here and there, and largely it all comes down to tire grip, which is factored by so many different things at different points of the racetrack and different times and different conditions. You know, we get back to that rain conversation we had, that, you know, throws all those numbers up in the air when you add a little bit of water underneath the wheels. But ultimately, the slower you're going, the less, like realistically, the less grip it has because there's nothing pushing the car down into the track. So if you're on the brakes there, the tires are more likely to give out because they'll try to figure out whether or not they're supposed to be braking or, you know, not lock up because a lot of these cars have the ABS systems which are a little bit nicer than the road car variants, which are a little more forgiving and designed to not kill the tire, whereas these ones are designed to kill the tire if it stops the car. So things like that. It's interesting. It's an interesting conversation. It's one that I think is weird for people who don't understand racing, but it's pretty simple. Of the math says if you hit the brakes there, you'll actually do worse than if you just let it ride around.
So, you know, guys, this track, I guess we'll talk about pop culture for a second while we're under caution here. And it's going to be a quickie yellow, by the way. In pop culture, this track's appeared, I think, in 4 different movies, maybe 3. It appeared in the 1966 movie Grand Prix. It appeared in Rush back in 2013 several times. And I think they kind of reimagined it for multiple circuits. I think that's become the thing people kind of pick on newer movies for, as if it didn't happen before. By the way, it happened in Rush, and then they used it in place of Monza, if I recall right.
Yeah.
Here's the one that I don't know why I didn't remember this. In the F1 movie, this came out this year, Branch Hatch was used as a stand-in for the 1993 footage from Jerez.
Correct, yes.
Jerez, yeah, that's the one I never say right. So, yeah. And then it's appeared in multiple, I know I'm going to say the bad word here, multiple video games. I know we say that word, it's a simulator, but video games. Do either one of you remember what video game you first would have raced Branch Hatch in?
That's a good question, actually. I gotta be honest, I can't really think of one outside of iRacing.
So let me tell you what, it's appeared in Gran Turismo 6, 7, and Sport. It's appeared in every Forza Motorsport since Forza 6, I think 6, 7, 8. Obviously, it's appeared in iRacing, Shift 2 Unleashed, ACC, and Automobilista 2.
And 1. It did appear in 1 as well there, I believe.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, okay.
And Roger
I would have
Turismo,
been.
actually.
I would.
Roger Turismo, I think, is a rallycross course.
I would have been out of Gran Turismo and Forza before those numbers came up. So I don't know where. I guess iRacing would have been my first time racing this track. I guess.
See?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think. Well, I spent so long in the rally racing world that I came in when Gran Turismo 7 had Brands Hatch, and I was like, that might have been the first one I had, because I guess I did toy around with Gran Turismo and a PlayStation 4 back in the day. I say back in the day, like a couple years ago, and ideally, that's probably where I would have messed with it first, but definitely to the extent I have driven it on iRacing, and it's still such a fun, nice short circuit for this kind of racing.
All right, well, speaking of racing, we're going green flag again. That's just quickie yellow. RPM Racing Black's going to lead us on around. Green flag's back out. Look at the humongous gap, Nolan. There's first, there's second, and then there's almost nothing to third.
Bit of a massive gap backwards in the field. One gap, though, that's tight between class leaders is what it was for the GT4 Pro lead, but that's just been split up. Hold on, we're going to go 4 wide, just about coming up the hill towards Druids. Bit of a nervy moment there into turn number 2, although they are able to, of course, gather it up. But one of the GT4 BMWs has just gone around, and that is Sim Party Racing, the car that just avoided the calamity in turn 2 last time by, not able to do so this time.
And boy, they're going to have to wait forever for this traffic to go by here. It's going to feel like minutes, although it's not going to be that way when you're sitting inside that car, just waiting for traffic to go by, and kind of keeps backing up Austin Powers style and waits for the appropriate moment here. And he's back on the track then.
Yeah, just an unfortunate, similar situation we saw a little bit earlier, getting on the power too early in a different spot of that corner, but that corner has no real camber dimension of, so even if you're going at the slow speed, you have to be very good on your throttle control to get that
hold
car
on.
rotated.
Oh.
And another car going into the wall. That was, again, one of the McLarens towards the back of the field. And once again, that is Pegasus Sim Racing having to spin off the road and nosing it into the Armco.
Seeing a McLaren in the wall brings back some PTSD nightmares from Team Endurance Racing. But yeah, there it is.
I don't know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I know you don't. We're racing around here. For a moment, we're going to stay green here, Nolan, and we'll keep moving on through. I think it's worth noting, by the way, as far as I can tell, up and down the field, despite all the calamity, Nolan, a pretty low number of attrition so far in this race.
Only a handful of drivers right now watching from the sidelines, those drivers being mostly Mediocre Motorsports and Huge Ass Black from GT4 AM, as well as Project Sync Racing Team from GT3 Pro. Everyone else very much still on the racetrack and battling it out with whatever spots they can muster. As Sim Racing Grid Phantom and Pegasus Sim Racing 99 FTR GT both going at it for 7th and 8th, and they are in a host of traffic with a lot of GT4s that are trying to fight their way around.
Yeah, and I think the reason why there's not a lot of attrition in a race like this, remember, this is a league, this is a schedule. It's not just a one-off. It's not just a special event where, you know, there's not much more to it than just that. So you stick around in here because, hey, if you can still come home, let's say P15 or P8 or whatever with all your damage fixed, those are points that you need for the future races here as we move on here. Just about to end the second hour of the race, and things still pretty wild. Still some 2 wide racing. Oh, a car spinning up front. Big smoke up ahead here. Look out, up in the grass, that red car. There's the original cause.
Big crash up the road here. That's Almeida Racing Academy that has just had a massive off and into the sand trap. We'll take a look on what brought this one about. Oh, 3 wide, that's not going to work, and all 3 cars getting wiped out. The GT3M Porsche is the one that went wing first into the wall.
Yeah, that was that Pegasus Motorsport, like you mentioned, Eric. Had the worst, I think, of it.
Oh. We keep watching these moments, guys, at 3 and 4 wide, and there's not a part of this racetrack where I would be comfortable being 3 wide at any point. Like, there's not a single part of this racetrack I could point to if we watch a lap. Right? Yeah, that's the spot. No, I'm good. I don't ever need to be. There's more calamity up front, guys. But there's never a spot. That's a Pegasus. Oh, no, sorry, that's a, I have the word in my head.
Prismatic.
Yeah, one of those. Prismatic. I had the P. I was like, Pagazzi. No, it's not Pagazzi. It's Prismatic. Turned around there. But Finn, come back. Is there a spot, and sincerely, is there a spot on this track where you would feel comfortable?
Comfortable? No, not at all. I don't think there's a single spot that I would be comfortable going 3 wide. I think there'd be a couple spots I'm like, I have to go 3 wide, because especially with the class difference of the speed, you have to make it done to get it done to stay into these battles that we're seeing for various positions here as that car gets pushed out wide.
Oh, we got a spot back.
Oh, never mind. No, he hasn't, as he's lost it. And
Never mind.
great job on everybody there to get around him. Again, could have been a nasty incident. Now for 4th place in GT3 Pro, we got Huge Ass Blue and MRCX Quad Dash going at it once again. Quad Dash around the outside, and Alyssa Merrill for Huge Ass Blue still maintaining that run on the inside. But Yannis Albert, a car that was dominant earlier in the day and built up a near 10-second gap, struggling to maintain a 4th place spot now.
Just never stop. The only spot I could think of, Finn, where I would possibly want to think about maybe the 3 wide move would be turn 1. But those puddles that existed because of the rain during a practice and right before qualifying, those puddles on both sides of the track have negated that idea for me. I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, let's say there's no spot I think I'd be comfortable doing. I think the spots you could, I think, do it pretty well in some of these spots, but somebody's got to have to lift in order for it to get done without issue, and then we see what happens when nobody lifts with that incident between those GT4s and Picasso Motorsports GT3 AM car.
Moment, at least in the race we're seeing on the screen, for the moment things have calmed down just a little here.
Well, as Pegasus Sim Racing and Sim Racing Grid Phantom continue to fight this one out, you've still got other battles on the racetrack that are looking to tighten up too. Eagle Speed Academy, Esports S, and Sim Party Racing Echo are still tight. As I think Stefan Le Guin is going to hop into the race car in pit road. And, well, there's the battle for second in GTM, fighting their way up and around. And right behind them is 3rd place in GT4 Pro that is also looking to want to maybe get a run. And that splash could open up the door for Matthew Green to look down the inside. He's going to do just that.
Yeah, Green's going to make the beautiful pass here, Finn. And do you think that car on the outside, the blue car, just got spooked by being up in the puddle that hard, or did Green just get a better run through the lines, or what happened there?
Well, given that these cars are likely on dries, it probably was a little bit of spook because they want to make sure they don't lose control of that car.
Sorry, go ahead.
But no, you're good. But with that car now spinning just after that, the tires do get a little wet if they touch the water, and then if they're not careful about getting that water dried up as they rejoin, issue it looks like. Yeah, it can cause you to spin when you're trying to put too much pressure onto those tires that don't have the grip they're usually expecting to have.
I'm curious, though. I don't think Green got around on his own. I thought maybe he got a little bit of assistance from that car next to him in getting around. I thought he got a bit of a boop in the back end to get around us. We're gonna here's a replay. Watch it again here. I thought
He did.
Yeah, you can see it.
a little slight one though.
I think netcode might have also indicated that it was more of an incident than we see here, but I definitely agree with you that there's a little bit of a touch there that caused that car to lose traction. And these GT4s don't have a lot of grip as soon as they're pushed in a way they're not supposed to anyway.
And probably the difficult part of this race for these drivers, Finn, is that as we get further and further into this race and the radar stays dry, is that while the race is dry here, I mean, just look at the conditions around us. You see the camera shots. It's not exactly sunny. It's not exactly warm or hot. So the odds that those puddles are going to dry off before this race is over, I would assume is pretty unlikely.
Yeah, it's probably next to none, especially with the threat of rain that we saw in the forecast, and less of it now as we get into the back half of the race, and there's no chance of precipitation showing on the radar. But with this overcast, the track does not heat up, and therefore that rain is not going anywhere.
Oh my goodness. A massive penalty being handed down to the 287. And that is for a safety car pit lane infringement. 287 seconds. They are going to be forced down into pit road on. I mean, that is
120, 180, 240, 4. 4.5 minutes. My commentator math says roughly
Talk about
4.5 minutes.
devastating.
That is just wow.
That is for Jonathan Lay of the Stage 1 Racing. Right now, they are running all the way. Well, they were already in pit road, so they've been sitting down there for
Taking
a
car
while.
pit lane infringements. So,
Well, they're not going to be taking that penalty because they've been in pit road for already the last like 2 minutes and 33 seconds. So that they're already just making it sit there. But right, I mean that's effectively a race killer for you.
Absolutely.
And for the lead here in GT4 Pro, Miles Owens and Michael Brooks set to battle out for 18th place overall. The Wrong Stuff and Altura Esports have come to blows once or twice today, and could we be seeing them come to blows yet again? You've also got the overall fight for GT3 Pro that is still close, and we'll check in on that with the progress. But right now, these guys have a lot of clean air to duke this out.
yeah, so Altura right now is trying to hold off here and trying to hold off Michael Brooks back behind him here. And this track continues to speed up though. And a 121 is our new fastest lap. That's the first time I've seen this in the ones, I think. I want to point that out. This happened from both, I think, first and second place. Actually, just first place last time by the 121. So that's pretty impressive. We're down to those speeds here. So even though the track doesn't look warm, probably is getting some grip into it. But right now on the battle here, Altura, where's going to be the best passing spot for the car behind Finn? But is it just turn one here?
Turn one's a great spot, I think, especially with that water that's still resting on the outside curbing. That's a little bit of a smaller window. If that curbing gets utilized or that water checks up the Altura Racing BMW right in front here, there's possibly an opening here into the hairpin. See the look as Michael's trying to see if he can find a gap, an opening, or at least get Altura to drive a little more defensively to slow them down even further, but it's not happened yet.
So far, it almost looks like Brooks. I don't know if we've only seen it for less than a lap, so I don't want to get over-exaggerating this, but it almost feels like Brooks is content for the moment. You don't really see him digging. You don't see him kind of diving the corners. You don't see him kind of like weaving to kind of look around. You just kind of see him content to ride for the moment.
Well, I think it's a good place to be. You get a little bit of fuel saving here as you're riding along. You have the same pace to stay right behind, P1 in class and overall for GT4. And I think he's just waiting for either the mistake or the fuel game to go in his favor and end up in front of him at the pit stop for his pit strategy.
Now, the downside of riding, though, Nolan, is that right now what's happened is that you kind of have to use someone else's braking points. And that's sort of the frustrating part of a driver, is that when you're riding like this, you don't really get to pick your own braking points to an extent. You're kind of, if that guy ahead of you wants to check up early, your own two choices are to check up early or hit him. So that's the downside of riding behind someone.
Yeah, so right now, he's going to keep this up with the Wrong Stuff as, this fight going to continue on for the time being. And it's not looking like it's going to be going anywhere soon. One battle that might be looking to swap hands, though, Julia Carsey is looking around Lorenz de Vleger. And again, de Vleger into the car the last time these guys came down to pit road. This is the battle for third here, and this is actually WBM White seeking to close in to that 388 just up the road. So two more cars still content to scrap this one out here in GT4M, but right now Lorenz not showing signs of yielding either in the Mercedes.
Feels weird to have a nice calm race for a few minutes, doesn't it? Feels weird to kind of people just kind of, oh, never mind. Nolan found one. There it is.
And it is going to be
Whoa.
for,
Oh, hello.
oh boy, yes. What in the world is going on here?
A car on each side of that track right there.
Yeah, Trophy Racing team speak. Missing the front nose clip, so is Treehouse Motorsports. Oh boy, look out, as all over the shot as got hung up on the curbing there, Derek, and
What explains one of the two
round
cars?
he goes. Well, he's right behind him. I think he ran into the back of him, just followed him in.
If you look from
Did
the
he-
hood cam,
So my question is, what caused what, Finn?
I think that initial bobble that you see Treehouse Racing go
Yeah,
through, there's the impact
yeah,
right
it is.
there. That bobble causes him to slow down, check up to not lose control of that car because he hit the little bit of water that's still standing there, and Torque Freak Racing wasn't prepared for it. David just couldn't react in time.
So, Almeida Racing, the 299 is being forced into pit road, and now this is because when they came out of pit road, they exited a closed pit. The pit had been closed by iRacing, at least pit exit, and they failed to drop to the end of the line. They let 3 cars pass that took position in the queue where they would have been had they not gotten the EOL penalty. So that penalty was correct, though, but they have been assessed a drive-through penalty to compensate for their failure to serve that EOL. So they're going to be forced down to pit road here pretty soon. That's what I was initially trying to look for before that calamity kicked off. And now, for the lead, the wrong stuff gets around Altura Esports.
A drive-through to I mean, I get why you penalized him again. I was trying to think to myself, a drive-through because you didn't serve an EOL, like, I guess the drive-through is worse, but that feels like such a minimal penalty for not following the first ruling. I don't know.
It was just an EOL penalty, no stop and hold in pit row. But right now, we got to fight
That's
for
fair.
the lead here in GT4 Pro as Miles Owens trying to fight back against Michael Brooks. We were just talking a bit ago about how these guys were not looking too confident in, or at least, Brooks is looking to maybe be content. Apparently not. He found a way through, and now Miles Owens wants to try and repay the favor. He's not going to be able to do so. RPM Racing Red is in. Tom Sachetto going to hop into the race car for him. Well, this battle for the GT4 lead kicks off. As well as that, the TCR lead just exchanged hands as well. I haven't seen them getting around much.
No, a fiercely forward gray having a bit of traffic hold him up, and then that's going to let some Grid Racing Phoenix come up to make this a 2 fight between this Honda and this Hyundai. Fun manufacturers that I'm going to say very often. Love to see them. And they are now in lockstep trying to get this battle done and fly over the lead. Nobody's holding any punches here.
No one's holding any punches at all. And I think the TCRs, for me, in a way, guys, is the most fun class. I think it's the most difficult car in a way to drive. Because I think Ben and I talked about this maybe a couple races ago about how these cars are really a lot more momentum based. I know that it sounds bad when I say they're kind of like go-karts in that way, as I'm not trying to downplay what a TCR is, but a successful go-kart race is really all about keeping the momentum of that go-kart and keeping it running. And that's kind of what these TCRs are, right? They don't get a lot of horsepower, so you have to really just kind of use the momentum and just kind of glide around the track as best as possible.
Yeah, it's such a game of preserving momentum and also keeping the tires alive to do it. Fuel tanks, I should say, on these TCRs, very large. You have hour and plus change stints in the when it's unrestricted. I believe with the restrictions it makes about an hour, if I remember correctly. But it's still long stints for those tires, which means that they're usually hurting by the end if you overcook them early, and then have to work with them and try to make up the time there. And that might be part of what happened with the lead here.
So you'd have to think with the cautions that have come out here. It's been a few minutes now since they came out, but I think the TCRs are probably in a position, Finn, to be one stop if we stay green, right? Like we last cautions. Oh, there's a pass right there, by the way.
Yeah, that's what the GT4 AM race lead, by the way, is WM White finally getting the elbows out.
But Finn, you have to think right now, we last caution about 2.5 hours to go. So you would think the TCR, if they pitted that last stop, which I believe they, that last caution, I believe they did, they're probably one stoppers from the rest of the race, right?
Yes, yeah, thereabouts. Especially if they play the fuel and traffic management correctly, which is going to be hard to do for some of these TCRs based on the way that traffic is moving through. They should be fine with a one stop, and that'll be able to be not even a full fuel stop for them. Probably long enough to get tires, and maybe that's it.
Yep. On your screen now, that's the pass for the GT4 AM. That was WBM White making the pass there. They're now under attack by multi-class traffic, and they'll be moving through here. Some more cars coming on and off of pit road as time moves on here. Just about to hit the 2 hour mark. There is Richard Cawthram from RPM Racing Black, P7 currently in his class.
We have big news coming in. Almeida has just been disqualified for failing to serve a black flag.
Oh, that's wild. I'm not sure if that's a one-car outfit. Let me see if I can figure that out for a second here, or maybe Finn, if you can tell if that's a one-car outfit, that there as they go off the track, that's going to end their day. But that feels like a communication breakdown somewhere.
Oh, certainly that is the case. I'll look here and make sure that whether or not they are. They have 2 drivers listed for them.
Wow, that seems wild that you missed that somehow.
Maybe decide to try to not to serve it out of protest. I mean, they were significantly down the field, right? I mean, we were talking, they were already 10 laps down even before that, but regardless of how many laps they're down, it's no excuse.
No, and what that likely does, and the reason why you don't want to do that kind of stuff, is it paints a target on you for the race control in the future, as someone who's not, who doesn't follow the rules, being very blatant about it, honestly. So unless there was some kind of communication breakdown, which I don't know what that would have been, especially if there's 2 teammates there even if the one in the car doesn't know, the one outside the car should be more than aware there was a black flag to serve.
Battle for third is on for GT3 Pro as Martin Deckens and Mark Reynolds going to look to slice and dice, and Reynolds nearly cuts off Deckens. And Derek, I believe your time with us here in the broadcast was drawing to a close. We'll officially hit halfway home, 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. So, well, unless you want to stick around with us for the last 2 hours.
No, I got things to do. I've got a Sabio de Rossi Esports 901 car to go see if it's still running at Imola right now. Finn, is the car still running at Imola? Is it started?
As far as I can tell, it is still running, currently in 7th place. We are in the only split of LMP2s.
Nolan, small hint for you. Finn doesn't like to talk about food, so don't ask him about the chocolate question.
Okay, I will not ask the chocolate question, but...
I mean, you can ask it. I just won't have an answer for you.
That's fair. Well, Derek, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you again later on this weekend. Finn, leaves it just the 2 of us now, as we'll be bringing you the last 2 hours here from start to finish.
Absolutely, it's going to be a blast. None of the battles are really cooling down too much. You see that battle for third still here in GT3 Pro between these 2 teams, as they are nose to tail coming through the hairpin, and I think it'll still be a very spicy couple hours before the end of this race.
Plenty of time still to go for dramas to kick on off. We've also got this battle for 5th here that's picking up here in GT3 Pro. So Richard Cawthron and Dan Maddox going out of a Sim Party Racing Delta and RPM Racing Black. It's been a bit of an up and down day for quite a few drivers on the grid, but people have been doing a good job on holding their own. Altura Esports losing spots, just a couple of overall spots, just a few GT3 cars working their way through. You've also got this fight down in GT4M for 2nd place. That's within half a second as well.
Oh man, battles all up and down the grid. I'm sure we'll probably see the battle between Thirsty Forward and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix also kick off some more in the TCR class, but this battle for 2nd in GT4M, I think, gonna probably come back together as that Audi goes around the BMW, causing it to have a unideal line, I guess would be the word I'd probably use, coming into the final couple corners here of Brands Hatch. It's such a flowy circuit. I love it in these machines, but it's also one that if you are not on your racing line, you lose a lot of time in these machines.
Well, the fight showing no signs of yielding anytime soon. The 128 Prismatic machine has just been given a warning. That will be a warning, as it turns out, for a safety car infringement. So unfortunate for them, but hey, it's just a warning. No penalty yet. Just don't do it again, and you should be more or less good to go. Alexander Barlas and Lorenz de Vleger, the 2 drivers that continue to battle it out for 2nd place in GT4A.
Yeah, GT4s at this track in particular, I think, are so fun to rip around. It's so easy to get into like this nice flow of the track. You have plenty of time to think about what's coming next. GT3s, I feel like you're always, corners bleed from one to another as you're constantly running through all of them. You get a little bit more of a breathing room in the GT4, so I think it's time for them to plan and figure out how they're going to keep this battle going, for Alexandros to keep in front of that Mercedes. And I think they've got 2 hours to work it out, but I think it'll be spicy all the way through, just like TCR's.
I say, don't forget the TCR field. Now, with only 5 cars, right, the TCR grid has been relatively muted throughout a good chunk of the day. We haven't talked about them virtually at all in the opening 2 hours, but in the last 20 minutes or so, this battle for the lead has really come to life between Matthew Moyler and Rob Sharp for Series Grid and Fiercely Forward Gray. So there is a real chance that these guys will continue to scrap it out, but the problem is keeping close to each other when you've got 2 different classes of cars trying to break up your fight by just fighting their way on through. But Moyler a bit wide, and that'll give Sharp a chance to close.
Yeah, we'll give Sharp a chance to close. That momentum-based driving, like we talked about with Derek while he was here, really shows whenever you have to go, and sacrifice that momentum to keep the car on the track. And you'll see Rob Sharp closing in that gap just a little bit before we hit the braking zone. And I think it'll be one that we'll have to see. It's one we'll manage over the course of the next 2 hours on where they end up, how close to each other. It's not one that I think will get decided in the next 5 minutes, unless something else happens.
Taking a look at Alexander Klenk, the huge-ass gold Corvette. Has had a spin, a bit too hot, out wide, clips the grass, and around it goes. So a very shallow spin. Pretty much all's well ends well for that incident as well. This fight for TCR is still within half a second of each other.
That they are. Getting traffic going the way of Rob Sharp, keeping that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car from getting too far away from him. As we get over to this battle for the bottom step of the pro podium, which still hasn't gone anywhere, I think, from where we last left it about a few minutes ago. The Sim Racing Grid Phantom is still trying to find that last couple seconds to get around Martin Denkins.
Eagle Speed Academy has come down pit road. Chris Van Guck hopping into the race car. So Eagle Speed Academy making their way on through as Martin Deckens and Mark Reynolds 3rd and 4th as they come up and over the rise. So still, the fights remain in hot pursuit of several drivers, and once again, Hugh Jess Gold has had problems as Alexander Klenk again facing the wrong direction. This time, he may have backed it into a wall.
I think that might be the case. Let's take a look here. Oh man, we'll have to see here. I think it'll be close. Those tires not cooled down from that first spin he had, and probably got a little bit of help there, it looks like.
Yeah.
But keeps it out of the wall. So he'll be able to drive that car at least back to pit lane if he needs something, or get that car back under control.
Alex Kingsman caught in a few incidents tonight at the end. He's going to have to be careful to make sure that he doesn't catch the ire of the stewards at the end of this one. Well, speaking of ire of stewards, what in the world is going on with Alexander Mueller, the huge-ass blue car, now having an issue? So, Justin, I think you've seen it all. Now, both of the cars having issues, and this will be self-inflicted as he's gone in hot, spun her off wide, right into the crossroad that bridges the Indy circuit of this track, and just straightens her up and straight across the grass and back onto the racetrack.
Keeps it out of harm's way. So, let's see how I wonder if that's a setup choice that the Hugh Jazz cars all have between the 3 of them, if they shared setups, if that caused an issue.
Well, Scott McGarvey now for SRM Motorsports having to scrap it out with Alexander Klenk just behind him. As once again, they'll work their way up through Druids and towards the tail end. Down the hill, back into Graham Hill Bend towards the Cooper Straight and towards Surtees. Klenk really wanted to regain that lost time. Down the inside, a big lunge, and he is going to fight his way on through.
Sticks that in. We'll have to see if that car keeps that position. Get the feeling it's possible.
Well, not if McGarvey has anything to say about it, but he's not going to go for the attack.
Sure.
I think he recognized Klenk as the faster car and decided not to play that game, and he's like, yeah, you can have this one. That's risk management, right? And I mean, that's wise. I mean, he's like, yep, he's definitely quicker. He just spun off the road. He's just regaining time. I'm not going to get in the way of that because I'm losing the fight no matter what, so what's the point of fighting it?
Yeah, why bother with fighting it when I could learn from, where that car, how that car is faster than I am. And while it's a little bit different because you have a front engine car versus a mid engine car, some universal GT3s, driving tips or things you can learn from how they're taking lines throughout the course, all still applicable.
Richard Cawthron for RPM Racing Black, fresh into the race car, still fighting with Dan Maddox, another new driver for Sim Party Racing Delta. So we cross under the 2 hours to go marker. Dan Maddox seeking to close in the gap on Cawthron, and that'll be, not quite. I mean, Cawthron is able to put a GT4 car between he and Maddox, and that is going to help him quite significantly trying to build up that gap, but he's got to keep this up by picking off cars at exactly the worst time for Maddox, and so far he's doing a good job of that.
Yeah, getting lucky there, as well as choosing the right time to make passes on these TCRs. It's a interesting proposition, especially with the speed difference between the GT3s and the TCRs, that makes for easy passes on straights, but very, very difficult ones when you have these high-speed corners that all of these cars are still on the limit of their grip and trying to get around without issue.
The battle for the TCR lead, by the way, has dropped off to about 3 seconds now, so quite rapidly we've seen that field drop off. Dan Maddox almost giving the bumper to Cawthron that time by as they came up and around the corner. So Dan Maddox is looking a little bit dicey here. You're right on board with Maddox now as he closes up to the back of Cawthron. Oh, lunged for the inside that time by the Surtees, didn't quite get it. So let me try to get a traffic run down Pilgrim's Drop, but I think with him compromising his entry like that, he's not going to have a draft to get him here.
I think so, or not enough. And with how, on Razor's Edge they are throughout the back half of this lap, I think he'll be just hanging out, waiting for that opportunity coming out of that slow speed corner that's at the end of this kind of trio of right-handers. That slow left, see if he can make up a good run from there to the start-finish line to make a pass happen.
Issues for Chris Zolfer and Sunday drivers as coming out of the Graham Hill Bend. Interesting. Maybe the corner after. Yep, there it is. Got tagged by RPM Racing Red, and around he goes.
Ooh, yeah. Well, trying to take the racing line, GT3 sneaking up the inside always is the vortex of danger is a very real thing to worry about. Thankfully, I think walked away from that without too much incidents. Oh man, we're not looking at it, but Dan Maddox had a big shake in that battle for 6th there.
Well, right now you're on board with Lawrence Steve Lager here with the Eagle Speed Academy. This is the battle for number 2 in GT4M. So Sim Racing Grid and the Eagle Speed Academy both trying to still fight it out amongst themselves. And again, this is a battle that has remained tight since the safety car restart, and they have not been able to get away from each other. And honestly, it's a fight that's probably going to go down all the way until the next run of pit stops, unless something dramatic happens.
Yeah, unless the Eagle Speed Academy, Lorenz gets a great run out of the corner there, better than the BMW in front of him. I think that's going to come down to pit strategy and where they can find that last bit of time between now and the hour and 48 minutes. But Eagle Speed Academy Esports coming in, that may be the pit stop that we're talking about when it comes to that pit strategy and how that plays out for all of them.
Lorenz de Vleger jumps out of the car. Kurt Verstraeten that started this car gonna hop back into the race car after starting this race off strong. Sim Party Racing gonna swap out Gardner Stanborn for Thomas Crabtree. So Sim Party Racing hops into the race car, ready for another run as the GT4 pit window looks like it is effectively opening up with an hour and 47 minutes on the clock.
Say a minute and 47 would be an interesting time for a full pit stop instead of just a splash and dash or a fuel save for the last couple laps. But with an hour, I got at least one more stop and probably a splash of some kind within that last hour.
So the pack going to make their way up and around as Eagle Speed Academy fights their way through. Overall, a stellar pit stop there for Eagle Speed Academy as we're Straighten going to get back out onto the track, and that leaves pretty much this battle for 5th between RPM Racing Black, trying to still maintain a run for Sim Party Racing Delta. That BMW in the number 44.
Yeah, BMW had a big wiggle a little earlier in this battle, which is how they ended up, I think, a little further behind than they were. But with traffic being the way it is, it's entirely possible Dan Maddox can find his way back to the RPM Racing Black Mustang without too much fanfare if he gets lucky with traffic versus RPM Black's current endeavors through.
One by one, battles are starting to dip out from racing action here as the field continues to get more spread out as time moves along. For some drivers like the GT3s, pit stops, at least for the front runners, are not going to be too far away. They're working now lap number 31 of their stints for MRCX Quad Dash. So we know that Quad Dash is going to be coming down pit road within probably the next 5-10 laps if I had to guess. The TCRs will be able to stay out for a good little bit yet. The GT4s are currently in the middle of their pit stop window. Although several drivers are still off cycle quite a bit, Fend, as a result of a multitude of safety cars that we saw coming on up in the middle portion of this race.
Yeah, and that does make this pit strategy really interesting with the cars that you're around trying to battle for positions. Like, if with how the pit lane or pit stop strategy versus the safety cars has kind of put everybody in almost like a syncopated rhythm of a cycle for various parts that I think will make for interesting how it shakes all out and how much they can fuel save to try to maximize those final pit stops.
I want to take a look at this one here because we just saw a pretty fierce headlight flash from the Corvette right in front of the number 10 car right here, and then watch the cut off of the nose there. But the 10 goes down the inside. Doesn't do anything inherently wrong there. Apparently the Corvette wasn't happy about it, but then watch this as he cuts in, and the BMW has to slam the brakes to avoid running them over. I mean, that's a bit of a dangerous chop there from the 177 of the Eagle Speed Academy.
Yeah, the Eagle Speed Academy is also a little ways back. I'm super curious if it would make more sense for them to just lift and let both cars by and then pick up the draft from them next lap around.
Well, the Gnosis Esports still in pit road. Ken Copeland just made his way back out onto the racetrack. Got another battle picking up between twin McLarens here. Pegasus Sim Racing 99 and Sim Racing Grid Phantom going at it. So this is Deckens and Mark Reynolds. Both these drivers still have yet to come down to pit road under this latest cycle, with Mark Reynolds having about 3-4 lap pressure tires, 3 lap pressure tires, than Deckens just up the road. So a bit of a loose battle for the final podium spot as well up for grabs.
Yeah, they've seen this paddle kind of ebb and flow. I'm guessing we'll probably see it continue up until they come in for fuel here in a little ways time. And I think with that fresher tires that Mark Reynolds has, we'll see that gap close back down until Martin Deckens pulls the trigger to come in for fresh tires and full fuel to get to at least the final pit stop at the end of the race.
Well, this lap traffic moment there isn't going to help for Reynolds as he gets held up behind not just the TCR, but a GT4 car as well. Quite a lot of attrition has settled in the last several laps as Sim Party Racing Echo, Almeida, Empire Racing Valhalla have all come down pit road. What's up?
There was a car off just ahead of these McLarens that we were watching, and I'm trying to figure out what happened to him. Stage 1 Racing ended up in the barrier. Sorry, I'm just following what's happening. This is a 72 that had the 4-minute penalty a little while earlier.
And speaking of penalties, got another one coming up, a drive-through versus Scott McGarvey for overtaking before the control line on the safety car restarts. And that'll be SRM Motorsports, who will be forced to come down pit road. Tough break for McGarvey on that one as, well, them's the rules. He's going to have to make his way down and into the box.
And I think, unfortunately, makes a rough day rougher as he's trying to keep up with some semblance of a good result.
Well, for now, RPM Racing Red and Tom Sachetto are both down pit road. Huge ass goals. Alexander Klenk is into the box as well. And in fact, they are going to hop in Giovanni Romano. A few names that you and I are very well familiar with here, Finn, from the Beer League on Wednesday nights. Set to begin their race at action once again for season number 13 in about a week and a half. As Romano, the Canadian, going to jump on in, and, well, he's got quite a bit of work ahead of him. 2 laps down, and it's not looking great for the Huge Ass Gold team today. They're basically doing damage control at the moment.
I would have to imagine unless they get really lucky with some late race safety cars, bring them back on the lead lap, it'll be a finish probably around where they're at now, unfortunately, and it'll be exciting to see them all back at Beer League this coming Wednesday. They've made some fun choices for season 13.
Martin Deckens and Mark Reynolds continuing to go at it up into Druids, and now headed down towards Graham Hill Bend. Thought for a moment Reynolds might try to make a move as he closed up to within a tenth of a second, but just wasn't able to go for that attack, at least not in a safe manner. And what this has done is all this ebb and flow and has backed them up in to Richard Cawthron for RPM Racing Black.
Richard Cawthron, who started on the podium, I think is going to be looking to try to at least reclaim that podium spot he started with. And he keeps up with these two. One of the early, I think, one of the later pit cycles, excuse me. We'll see him try to see if he can leapfrog these two, as these two are still in a heated battle. So RPM's trying to try to keep up as best he can and not lose too much time behind this GT4.
Thomas Chetto's in for a really long stop here, fan. It's now been over 2 minutes since he has come down to pit row. While World of Racing putting Luciano Whitvote into the car, while Tristan Engelstad hopping into the car for MRC by Quad Dash. So 2 new drivers in for the cars that were running 1 and 2 in this battle pack. And in fact, here comes Mark Reynolds down to pit row now, with Martin Deckens just in front of him, and Deckens actually made it on the racetrack for yet another lap. Mark Reynolds hopping out of the car. Daniel Snorderland is going to be in.
Yeah, with the driver changes for the last hour and 40 minutes, I can imagine they'll probably be taking it home for their respective teams and get those cars moving in the right direction. Tom Chetto's still in the box. I'm wondering if there was not a driver issue for the teammate that he's with, but we'll have to see how that plays out.
A penalty coming in as well for the 146 Pegassi Motorsports contender. Stefan Le Guin will be in for a 30-second stop and hold. This is for at fault for a major incident resulting in heavy contact. So the 146 will be forced to come down pit road, and again, unfortunate news for Pegassi Motorsports. And you know, Derek and I were talking earlier today about how it seems like Pegassi just keeps Pegassi and Prismatic, right? They both seem to just kind of step on their toes constantly as the season goes on, and similar situation, different racetrack. Pegassi Sim Racing, or Pegasus Sim Racing, sorry, down pit road. Martin Deckens might be in for a driver swap here.
I would have to imagine, given what we've seen of the drivers that are around him, and with Kim Bett coming in, I would have to imagine that's the correct assumption that there's a driver change there, as well as Pegassi Motorsports coming in for their drive through. Nope, they're going into the box, but they will have to serve the drive through probably next time by.
It's 30 seconds stop.
Oh, excuse me. 30 seconds stop. That's why there's something. Good job.
Tim McCleish has also been black flagged, although this looks like it may have been for speeding on pit exit, because I'm not seeing any call to come down pit road from the steward. So I think he got caught on speeding from serving his last penalty.
Yeah, that'll be an easy one to get. Hard one that you're always kicking yourself when you get it. But I'd have to imagine, given the fact that I've not seen anything on the steward's announcements to indicate that it was a steward's penalty, that it was in fact just a slip up on that pit exit from the last one.
Well, Well, so RPM Racing will retake that second place spot, and Quad Dash once again retakes the number 1 spot. An hour and a half still left to run. And right now, no battles to speak of, at least that are close on the racetrack, although Dan Maddox is steadily running down Richard Cawthra. Even quicker, though. Look at this one as Daniel Snorderland all of a sudden all over the back of Kim Bea. Where did this speed come from? As Sim Racing Grid Phantom trying to go down the inside of Pegasus Sim Racing 99.
Yeah, the Kim Bea on newer tires that are probably just now getting up to temperature and probably will be for the next half of a lap, and versus Daniels, who have been out for a lap and a half and have the speed there to match it. So I'm getting the feeling it is largely that new tire warm up, and Kim is just like, I will let my tires warm up and then I'll come back and fight you here in a second. See what I can do from the other side of that. So that's probably where that came from.
Well, the Sim Racing Grid Machine driving on through and already quickly walking out a 6/10 of a second. Make that 7/10 of the second now over Kim Bea. And again, not looking like he's going to be set to give that time up anytime soon here. Fine start pickup in GT4 as well, as you've got Sim Party Racing and Thomas Crabtree losing time to Brett Ake from Sim Party Racing Echo once more.
Yeah, we'll have to see there how these two play out. We saw that Brett and that machine earlier in another fight with other GT4s before getting spun. So we'll see them work their way back up the field and keep working their way forward, ideally, once they get, hopefully, a little closer to the BMW in front of them.
And trouble! Quad Dash has gone around! The GT3 Pro race leader spins into the gravel trap right on the exit of Surtees, and that is a disaster for Quad Dash and Tristan Engelstead. Good news is there's still a lot of time left, time to regain that lost ground, but boy, he's going to be feeling that one. Take a look at what happened here.
Yeah, you'll see this car just seem to give up grip. There it is.
Backs it into the wall, too.
Yeah, back left corner making contact, and it's got going the right direction, but he's going to be feeling that for the rest of that stint, as that left rear has a little bit of a camber to it didn't have before. So it'll be an awkward time trying to go through that start-finish stretch, which leans heavily on that side of the car.
And right there, you also saw the Sim Party Racing sister cars going for a position swap with the GT4 Anfield for 4th place in that grid. Meanwhile, 6th place, Pegasus Sim Racing and Huge Ass Blue trying to fight it out, as well as Alexander Bueller looking for the inside of Kim Bea. And right now, Bea doing a good job and still playing defensive with that 6th place spot, but Alexander Bueller closing up. A 10th of a second, under a 10th is go for the look here into clearways. It's a bold look. He's not going to go for it.
Yeah, the ideal way to take it, unfortunately, it doesn't give a whole lot of room until you're out on the start-finish stretch. But with the draft, it might be a good look into turn number 1. Alexander Bueller tucks in behind, sticks with him.
Well, so Kim Bea will keep up his fight. He runs wide, and Alexander Bueller gets through as Bea's McLaren too wide. Coming out of Surtees towards Pilgrim's Drop. Alexander Bueller takes advantage of the Corvette. He slips through into 6th. And now looks set to take off as they go up over the top of Hawthorne Bed, down the Derek Minter Straight and into Westfield and towards Sheens.
Yeah. Alexander Bueller getting some great time there. Kim really struggling to find the pace that his compatriots had before the pit cycle. We'll see how that develops here as we get into the last hour and a half.
Still plenty of racing left to run. Altura Esports Red in the wrong stuff are looking set to scrap it out amongst themselves. Let's ride on board with Altura for a couple of laps, see if he can't reel in the gap for the GT4 Pro race lead. This is Full Throttle on Greenflight TV. We'll be back in a moment. Well, that was a few laps around the Brands Hatch circuit on board with drivers like Pit Venanzi and Dane Pepples. Well, the battle for the lead at GT4 Pro didn't close in like we thought it might. One gap that has closed is this one for the TCR lead, as Project Racing Team.bat and Sim Racing Great Phoenix have closed things on in. Casa Brickenhausen alongside David Johansson looking to go at it once again. They've been at it once or twice before for the lead of the race in TCR. What's one more time? This gap was up to about 3 seconds, and it has been run down little by little over the last several laps. And Phoenix is ready to fight.
Yeah, David Johansson setting a lap about 2 seconds faster than Cass in that .bat Hyundai. And that pass will be, I think, pretty easy and done, because I think they're on a little bit of a different fuel strategy coming through this.
It is almost like they're saving a bit of fuel, right? They're lifting a little bit earlier into these corners. I think maybe Brickenhausen trying to see if he can maybe hit a fuel number that they're these guys are looking for, and the sister car, the car is just fighting with for the race lead, trying to get around it now in the GT3 Pro category. Well, and through with no problems. And, well, just as we say that, the gap for the GT4 Pro lead, we were talking about how, well, it was dropping off. Not anymore. They've closed on up in contact. 3 wide now.
Oh.
And caught in the middle is the wrong stuff. Kent Copeland, not a lot of places to run and nowhere to hide as Dean Paples fights around him. And we got a Corvette off the road.
Oh, we got a Corvette off the road. All 3 of the GT4 Pro in about 1.5 seconds distance from each other. Went for the look in this corner.
Too hot.
To take that line. Yeah, just too hot.
Out wide, and I think he kept that out of the tires.
Oh, my God.
Holy cow. Talk about a close shave.
Reaction.
Nearly collided with the Porsche there. Take another look.
Just so hot. You can see that wiggle there as that car does not want to respond to him.
Just ding the wall there, and then when he comes back onto the racetrack, yikes, that is so
Pegassi
close.
Motorsport, I think, got net coated. You see how corner get dented in just a little bit on that Pegassi Porsche that day, going from more, less, worse. He had this battle for the GT4 lead.
Side by side into Paddock Hill Bend between the pair as they try to fight this one out. Ken Copeland and Dane Pepples side by side, 3 wide with one of the huge-ass cars, and just like that, Ken Copeland using the 3 wide to his advantage to hold on to the race lead in GT4. This is slowly building in Pit Venanzi for Altura Esports Red, so it's about to be an Altura Esports sandwich that Copeland finds himself. Alex King also, where they drive kind of unnecessary contact. That's the second or third time that 69 car has been dinged for that. They appealed the first one, I believe, successfully, but not so much this time.
Yeah, I would have to imagine, especially when it's a similar incident. Looks like on paper, maybe one that they're less forgiving of or less willing to hear out a protest of that penalty.
.283 and the 252 both going at it once again for GT4 Pro, and when they get some clean air, they can really go at it in a big fight, but it's whenever the GT3 cars start to pick their way through where the problems come in. So Dean Pepples knows he has to finish this fight and quickly before lap traffic comes up on him again, because there's GT3 cars just a little bit behind. If he doesn't settle this, he runs the risk of dropping back a second or more again.
Yeah, Dan just trying to figure out where he can make the move, where he can make the look. Just riding on the rear bumper. They're going to see if he can maybe send it into the hairpin. This would be my spot if you have a good run here. But based on the defensive line that Ken takes as well, really makes it hard for him to make any kind of move here. But while that's happening, GT3 traffic coming, and the Altura Red also sticking within a second.
I don't know about this one. Altura Esports Red is really blocking. Like, that is just outright blocking the GT3 traffic getting through. I don't know if I like that at all. I mean, That's not very sporting if you ask me. I mean, I get why he's doing it, right? He's holding up the traffic until here so the GT3 cars can get by and not impact his teammate in the battle for the lead, but
yeah, that was,
I don't know. That's a bit dirty if you ask me.
It was very selective on when he wanted to take the racing line versus when he didn't want to take the racing line, which as the slower class, your goal is to keep out of the way. Really, stick to a line and your racing line, which wasn't where we put that car.
If that's a racing line, then I guess I'm Michael Andretti.
I don't think it was a racing line, because I think those cars could have gone up the inside and been way less of a, had the alternative red be less of an impact on their race, which they are still racing for overall positions that they're definitely trying to come back for. So with that impact, that'll definitely be, I think, interesting to see how that plays out in the long run.
Several warnings have come down to a few drivers for causing minor collisions, but no penalties as of yet. You're right on board here with Dean Pepples. There's the lot, finally dodging the inside, trying to get around the wrong stuff. Just barely avoids from getting into the door. And Pepples.
What's that over-under?
Not able to get him, though. Tell you what, Cola's doing a phenomenal job playing defense here.
Yeah.
Fantastic
driving.
Might have had it here, though. He's going to be caught offline by the Corvette, and that's going to open up the door for Altura to look back down the inside and tucks it behind him.
Yeah, because Ken doesn't deviate, keeps up with that Corvette that has the draft there, but it's going to go too wide as Altura forces the issue up the inside. That may put him too hot coming out, and then with the curbing, see him be right on the tail end. Ken now having the benefit of the draft. See how this continues to play out. I think they've swapped positions now, and he's now free to run his own line. Dan is, at least, but I don't know if that's going to end up bringing him any closer. And they've also brought Pit Venazzi.
Oh, heads up! Look out as a GT3 car rejoining from off the road that just got around these guys.
Yeah, the Eagle Speed Academy Corvette. And P4 GT3 behind both of them. Luciano trying to get through.
Boy, that got a bit dicey there for a few laps as GT3 traffic going to fight through down to the inside line of the racetrack, and not a whole lot of the wrong stuff you can do about it. He's trying to cover off the GT3 so he can close back up, but only so much you can do, right? Meanwhile, Sim Party Racing, Delta, Dan Maddox trying to attack Richard Cawthron for the GT3 lead. Swinging up and around and making our way back down the straightaway here through clearways out of Sturgis towards Clark Curve, but no dice this time, and that's scrap for the overall lead of the race.
Yeah, that's scrap. I think is going to continue, especially as Richard dives into the pit lane. So I imagine we'll see Dan Maddox also dive in here in a couple laps. One of the two drivers, one of about a handful of GT3 drivers that have yet to come into pit, as I believe they did so on that last safety caution, last full safety caution, I should say, before we went back to green flag racing just over 45 minutes ago.
And now Ken Copeland once more trying to see if he can secure a run from Dean Pepples. Pit Venanzi has not been able to reel in as much as he might have liked to try and make it an Altura 1-2. I'll try as he may. I think Venanzi may very well have had it here in this battle, as he has now dropped back by 1.3 seconds from Ken Copeland.
Well, he made a late lunge on that TCR leader, and that did not pan out as the TCR took its racing line. So we'll see how that happens as they end up swapping positions again. The TCR now holding up this GT3.
Oh, he's driving angry.
GT4.
He is.
Yeah.
Pit is angry right now. That is very obvious.
I can imagine. Yeah, especially with this TCR in his way.
Well, the problem is by him driving this angry, that's only costing him way more time than it's gained. I mean, he's only hurt himself with that type of driving.
Michael Derby in that huge ass yellow also offline. Spin.
And he's hit the wall.
Yeah, he has hit the wall. Put the nose in. You can see take a look back. I think it's just a self-spin that Eagle Academy GT3 Corvette very narrowly avoids. See that? Yep, right
Too much
there.
throttle.
Yeah. Thankfully, doesn't take anybody else out. The car is looking a little beat up.
Well, the fight for the TCR lead remains hotly contested. And another penalty coming on down, this time to RPM Racing Red for unnecessary contact. A 5-second stop and hold for Tom Sachetto when he comes back down pit road.
Yeah. Curious as to what caused that. Let's see. Yeah, Maddox diving into the pit lane from the lead of GT3 Pro. See him hit his mark, coming for a pit stop. We'll get the lead of the race back to Tristan in number 49 BMW.
Yeah, Tristan Engelstad will be making his way through. As there is the official black flag now being given to the number 1, so he will come down pit road anytime now. Dan Maddox making his way onto the racetrack here in just a little while. And well, the lone battle was between Dan Pepples and Ken Copeland. That battle has more or less fallen by the wayside. So we're left with no fights on the racetrack, and so far our longest green flag run of the race.
Yeah, well, with how Dan has to get these tires up to temp, we might see the battle between that Sim Party Racing Delta and the RPM Racing Black for what is now P3 come back into play. We'll have to see how quickly Dan can get these tires warmed up and back into a race pace with the RPM Black race looming in the background.
So Tom Sachetto still as yet comes down pit road. He has not come down this lap. He does have 2 more laps to serve it. Altura Esports. In the meantime, for Don Pepples, maintains that 20th place overall and GT4 Pro race lead, and a gap opening up big time for David Johansson and Cass Brickhausen, because remember this gap that was once a fierce fight between the two? How about a 12-second gap that has been opened up since then? That Sim Racing Grid Phoenix Honda is flying.
Well, I think they know they have to probably pit again. I'm not 100% sure, but I get the feeling they've got to come in for a stop it and splash and dash, I should say, not stop and go. Especially with P2, the number 453, diving into pit lane from where he has for his first pit stop. Cass will be diving in, and then I think that will be maybe try to make it to the end of the race on this one stop. It'll be a little bit, I think, tight on fuel if that's the case.
Sachetto officially comes down pit road. He will serve his black flag. There it is, 5 seconds in and out. He is back and rolling. Penalty served. He is good to go. And comes out right into the thick of traffic. And that is of course time. And look out, the Eagle Speed Academy's gone around. And oh, heads up, look out, his car's all over the place. Scattering is Kurt Stratton, one of the front runners in this field for GT4M, going around.
Yeah. You can see he has a bit of a lengthy issue here. You see that he's off track in the gravel after cooking it the corner before, and then finally finds his way around as that gravel is still on the tires, and therefore he has to back it up, but then just backs it up into traffic. I'm so glad nobody else got involved in that and made that much worse than just a spin.
Next race for the FTR Events Trophy.ai Endurance Series coming on up on November the 1st. It'll be for another 4-hour race up in Canada. Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal. We'll play host to round number 4. It'll be a chilly, a bit of a chilly morning up in Montreal, Quebec.
Yeah.
So it's getting cold up here in Canada pretty quickly, actually. So I would not be surprised if we, at the very least, saw some very slick track conditions just for the track temp alone.
Yeah.
At Circuit Gilles Villeneuve coming on up next week.
I'd have to imagine that was the case with that. If not, well, hopefully the sun warms it up at least a little bit.
And another drive-through penalty coming down for Chris Van Gucht for unnecessary contact in the Eagle Speed Academy Esports K number 177. And they will not serve this time. Again, they got 3 laps, so they've got some time. Might try to just gun it here and trying to see how much time they can build up before they need to come down pit road. Right now, they are the second and so far last car on the lead lap for GT3M.
They're desperately trying to get it done, stay in it.
So while one penalty comes on down, Richard Cothra steadily reeling in Sim Party Racing Delta right up the road, 9/10 of a second between them. It is the second car in line here. The car in front is lap traffic. He's going to fight his way through. That is the 142 entry of Sim Party Racing Omega, headed up by Rod Miller. That Cothra is going to get around. Dan Maddox, the driver that Cothra continues to try to reel in.
Say Cothra and Daniel, I believe their teams were having a fight before the pit cycle, and a second longer pit lane for RPM Black has caused that.
And
Austin Tucker here.
He's had an issue here for Tucker. And
it over. It was a hardware failure.
Probably was. He quits to get it sorted and he does get back onto the racetrack, so I guess there's worse ways you could have an incident. Well, Cothra tries he may, is not making much ground on the cars in front. Let's take a look back here at Sim Party Racing and Thomas Crabtree, because they're starting to get into a fight with Eagle Speed Academy Esports as Kurt Van Straten. We just saw him have that spin a little while ago, now trying to regain lost ground as he pushes the back of the 337. This is now the battle for third place in GT4M. Make that fourth.
Yeah, say fourth, third. What would be third if there were one less car in front of both of them. But we still also have an hour of racing left, so anything could happen, I think, in this last hour, and then you could see these people either further up or further down the grid. We'll have to see.
Well, Kurt Verstraeten keeps up the pressure to the 337 of Crabtree, as the Battle Pack is going to keep up their momentum here in this two-way fight for the fourth place spot in GT4. Warnings given out to the number 452 for a erratic drive, and interesting enough, one of the TCRs. Getting warned for that. They've never been running quiet race. I'm a bit surprised that of all people, it's one of the TCRs getting warned for that.
Oh,
and
well,
the fight for fourth getting broken up.
We also just had a major wreck on the front straight. Prismatic Sports Sully and Pegassi Motorsports.
There's the one of the
them
cars.
Now, yeah, both now, I think, are in pit lane.
And the Sullus car, that is the 437. So you were just talking about TCRs and erratic drive, and I wonder if that has had a hand in play as to what has happened here on the front straightaway. Oh boy, three
you see it
wide
there.
and a vicious crash and catching the SRM Motorsports GT3 car as well.
Yeah.
And let's back this one up just a little bit more here and take a look.
You can see the Pegassi Motorsport here. He's going to make the look around the one.
I mean, that's on the
Doesn't
Porsche
stop.
through and through. I don't know what that
Yeah.
was all about.
Yeah, I don't have a good end. Like, did not try to tuck in or find the middle ground between the two of them. Just kind of kept turning over.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was expecting the other TCR Prismatic Motorsports to get out of the way or what have you, but that was
Right on board with George McKay. I mean, that's just uncalled for. I mean, that's...
yeah.
Oh.
You would have gotten the spotter call as Pegassi Motorsports that you have a car on your, right rear.
Yeah, I don't know what the point of that was. I mean, heck, even just that, just wait until the next corner. I mean, you're not battling with anybody. There was no reason for that.
Yeah, or you could have also just stayed in between the two of them. You didn't have to keep going. You had enough room to split the
That
difference.
too. Yeah, they were both making room.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
saw it. They both moved aside. They were both making more than enough room to get through. That was. I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah.
Look at this from above, and I mean, you're going to take a look here. Look at how much room these two TCRs going to leave in the middle there,
It's
right?
like
I mean, and watch the Porsche just comes in, and then out of nowhere, just makes a sharp lane change, cuts right across the nose of TCR, and around they go.
Yeah. No real, doesn't stop the turn over to the other lane at all. And that's where I'm like, you would have gotten the call.
I don't know what you thought was going to happen there, but
No.
it is what it is.
Unfortunate day for the Prismatic Motorsports TCR team.
Georgia McKay, I can tell you right now, is not very happy. He has let race control know his opinion.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he's been vocal about it in the channel to contact race stewards. So, well, we'll see if how that was going to pan out. But I imagine the day for the 437, which has just gone from bad to worse, is going to be effectively over. It sucks because, Prismatic Motorsports Solus was looking to be one of the quicker cars in the grid, right? And, well, just it didn't go the way of George McKay today, and his team will be retiring his race at the end. I'm sure he's done. I'm sure Pegassi Motorsports and Stefan Le Guin, I'm sure they're done for the day. They've been involved in a couple of hard hits. Battle for Third starting to pick back up again in GT3 Pro.
That it is, as well as a couple other cars further down in GT3 Pro as well. But Dan Maddox trying to keep the time separate between himself and Richard. But Richard going to send it around the outside. That's going to be an interesting move. We'll see if that sticks.
And it does.
Not surprised that it... Well, no, not for Dan. Dan was on the inside and kept it.
Yeah. Well, they stuck it on the racetrack, which is an improvement for most of us that go around the outside at Druids. But
yes, that's fair.
Sim Party Racing Delta, Dan Maddox maintains that run in third, but Kothra right behind and looking to close.
I take a look on from behind on the roof or bonnet, depending on whether or not you've landed on the moon. As we get to the back half of the lap, it's such a fast tech turn. And then if you run into traffic like they're about to do, you'll see the GT4 Pro slide around by. Well, makes it always a little more awkward for this section of Brands Hatch. And that GT4 unfortunately spins, finds himself. That arrow wash is unfortunate. Keeps it out of the barrier though. So he'll be able to get that car moving back the right direction once he gets a little bit of clean air, which he's found.
It's Parker Dwim that has had his moment. While these guys keep up their fight for third place in GT3 Pro. But that 44 entry, again, Dan Maddox, we talked about it before, right? He's been doing a good job on defense. He is not showing signs of wanting to yield this third place spot. Trying to hold on until at least the next pit stop window, and which may very well be the last one.
Yeah, I definitely think it will be the last one, given that they just pitted about, a few laps ago. So we'll see them come in probably one more time before the end of the race. And then they will probably take that to the end. Probably just enough to get full fuel and tires, but probably not a lot more.
Well, Sim Party Racing Delta and RPM Racing Black, they will keep fighting it out. While I'll tell you what, World of Racing and Sven Racing really wants to close this gap to the lead. They have reset the fastest lap 2 laps in a row now in their bid to chase down MRCX Quad Dash. So World of Racing, they're not content to take this fight line down. They're wanting to take this fight right to the front.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get up as close as they can in case there is a safety car that would put them right behind Tristan and that MRC X Quad Dash. But I believe both of them setting pretty rapid lap times. We'll have to see how those shape up over the next little while. Speaking of shaping up over the next little while, Ken Copeland finding himself right behind Dan again in that Altura Esports BMW.
And Ken Copeland trying to see if he can close in on Don Pepples here. Around goes one of the Corvettes around the long way down through the Pilgrim's Drop. And the wrong stuff was up in the race lead for a good chunk of this race. Altura Esports was able to sneak through, but Copeland has been keeping him very honest since then. The gap has never grown to more than 2 seconds, and it looks like Altura Esports, their gap might, and their advantage might very well be waiting quickly here.
Yeah, I get the feeling, based on the way that they were driving earlier, that those tires are probably pretty warm at this point. I think Ken might have been doing a better job with tire management, which allowed him to have more consistent lap time, especially because he set his personal best his last time by of a 1:30.30, about 4/10 faster than Dan, who's currently, or Don, who's currently sitting in first.
And Don going to get put offline by one of the GT3s working their way on through. In fact, that was the battle for third that just fought through. Yeah. And that puts the pro leaders for GT4 right next to each other as they close on up into Druids. Under an hour of racing to go, we are officially in the end game now. The gap closes to under half a second.
Yeah, and it's a sprint from here to the finish. One more pit stop, I believe, for these drivers, but it's going to be a quick one. So I think with the opportunity to save fuel, it will definitely be the way to go, or save tires and save fuel will definitely be the way to go for this last final pit stop for these drivers, and see how they're able to manage it over the next under an hour of racing. Giovanni Romano finds himself in the pit lane as well for, I believe, what will be his final pit stop, I think.
Not quite. The pit stop window today has been around 50 laps with the GT3s. I think he's going to be a few laps short unless he can do a lot of fuel saving. Or if he gets a lucky safety car, he could potentially save enough fuel to go the distance.
I would say that or a big amount of fuel saving. We've seen Giovanni Romano do it before in the beer league. I'm sure he could probably also pull off some crazy fuel numbers if he needs to. But the question is, if he can go the distance. I'm going to guess he'll probably need to come in for a splash unless he pulls off that craziness once more.
Ken Copeland still showing like he wants to fight this one out for the GT4 Pro lead as the gap closes to just 4/10 of a second now. And almost under 3/10 as he slammed on the binders into Druids, although it looked like that ended up costing him about half a tenth of reality because he compromised his exit just a touch. This gap ebbing and flowing so much between these two contenders here. And again, it shows just how much better at one corner one driver is as opposed to another. Because look at how well through that curve there that Ken Copeland is through Sheens, and how much that lets him reel the gap in. Now just a quarter of a second down the Pilgrim's Drop.
Yeah, and you see him make that look on the inside, threatening the maneuver, but choosing to stay in. A little bit slower through here. It's always a little bit interesting when you're the second car in a line because you don't have the arrow pushing down on you as much because you have a car in front of you doing a lot of the work for you. Kind of like what you see in a more exaggerated form in oval style racing still applies here And there's the look. Oh my God, a
takes him
late turn.
out!
That's going to spin him.
Oh my goodness,
That's a
Altura
heartbreak.
goes around. A big off for the 252 as Altura Esports gets sent. Coming up
Great
into
heads-up.
clearways.
Fantastic heads-up driving from Sim Racing Grid Phantom, who narrowly avoids running them as they try to rejoin.
And Alex King with another black flag looming over him now.
Oh.
Tough break for their team. And let's take a look at what happened to the Sim Party Racing and Thomas Crabtree. Check that. What happened to Ken Copeland and more.
Yeah.
Man, rough ride for Altura Esports.
Absolutely. Just this late dive down the inside. I don't think he was expecting the braking marker that Dan used, as well as for him to chop across as heavily. So he had to take evasive action, which put him on the inside. And I think Dan did not try to leave him any kind of space. I think maybe rightfully so, but that resulted in the contact between the two of them.
Take a look. We'll try to see if we can get an angle on this one. Kind of hard to tell, but right around there is the moment of contact, and I want to see if we can get a better angle. I mean, he's got the nose in there, and he's all the way down on the curb.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. I think it's a little, the look is, I think, a reactionary one, because Ken is maybe not expecting that braking marker that Dan uses.
I mean, it was a late launch. There's no denying that.
Yes.
That was a very late dive. And whether or not he should have made the dive was questionable, but he was there, and he was making that corner.
Yeah.
Oh, and now Quad Dash has
He
gone around again at Druids.
Yeah, Quad Dash. I think that spells
Fresh
the
out of
end,
pit
just
road.
out. Yeah, just fresh tires, trying to take the corner at speed. You know, you have this battle for the lead coming up. It just didn't break enough, and then overcooked the tires because of the speed difference.
And speaking of the battle for the lead, that's now under a 10th and a half as Richard Cawthorne all over the back of Dan Maddox.
We're going to see these battles play out for a few more laps before the RPM Racing Black has to dive into pit lane, as they were in a little while ago. Battles all up and down the podium spots for GT3 Pro between these two, as well as Luciano in that World of Racing X Samantha Tan and Sim Racing Grid Phantom, who dives into the pit box.
Oh, and nearly got a helping hand from behind for one of the McLarens on the way in to boot.
Well, that was the McLaren that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Almost hit the Audi on the way in.
Yeah, so Sim Party Racing Delta will keep up the fight. 3.5 tenths now. So Cawthorne was not able to have a realistic lunge, although he certainly got close to it. 52 minutes to go in 30 seconds. Time rapidly running out because that hour is going to go by quicker than you think.
Yeah, that it is. We're already 10 minutes down, and I love looking at it in chunks of 10 minutes because it feels so long in the moment, but then you blink and another 10 minutes is gone, another 15 minutes gone. So we'll see these drivers start to come in from, I think, here on out, based on how we talked earlier, for their final pit stops of the evening.
Well, the race lead, ever a intense fight to watch, right? And I mean, yeah, we've seen all sorts of battles for the class lead, but there's just something different about seeing it for the overall lead of the race too, right? Because I mean, this will be the true best of the best car on the afternoon, whichever one comes out on top in this fight.
Yeah, whichever one comes out on top on this fight, as well as the fight between the World of Racing X Samantha Tan and Quad Dash. Those two also in a battle, but they have pit already. So I'm curious to see if they will need to pit again.
2 tenths, 10th and a half. He looks for the inside. Just filling the mirrors, though. He knows better than to go for an attack into that corner, because here comes lap traffic, and that is going to stack them up. Under 10th and a half, they're going to work their way through the top of Westfield Bend, down through Dingledale and into Sheens. Sterling's sitting just up the road. Cawthron is one brake check away with the lap car from going for that move. And there he goes to the inside of the Clark curve. He's going to look for it here. Been a move that's worked out for several before, and he's going to take it as a GT4 car across the pit road, side by side for the lead of the race down towards Panic Hill Bend. Sim Party Racing Delta trying to go around the long way, not able to fight it out though, and RPM Racing Black is through for the lead.
That's going to give him a better run, however, into the second corner. And Druids, he's going to tuck it in behind and keep it with there, trying to see what he can manage there, because he does have to play maybe a fuel game here to get them their car to the end as they get through, trying to get past this Hyundai TCR that's currently in the lead of the TCR class, or excuse me, in second in the TCR class. David Johansson in the lead there, a few seconds up the road from that one.
So the fight's still set to continue as Sim Party Racing Delta with a 0.3 of a second gap. Trying to see if he can charge one through. Ken Copeland comes down pit road. So Copeland will be in, and in fact, he has a black flag to serve as well. A drive-through for the wrong stuff for causing unnecessary contact, and that, I imagine, is going to be for the incident between he and Altura Esports. I'm not sure if I agree with the call, Fenn, but...
Yeah, I don't think I do either.
But maybe they saw something that we didn't.
I looked at it from the onboard, and I don't think it changes my decision at all. I'm not stewards. I definitely think that would have... it could have been avoidable had Dan left space. And regardless of their decision. But they are the stewards, not us. So we move on.
And this fight for the lead, still a hotly contested one. While Richard Cawthron got through for the lead, Dan Maddox has not let him go, as the lone battle on the racetrack right now that is under a second is still going at it. And Maddox can get checked up big time by lap traffic, and that'll spell an end to the fight for the lead for now.
For the moment. But amongst all this...
And Parker Dwim has had a moment as he has gone off the road.
Just the corner after where he had a spin a couple laps ago. Spins it again. Great evasive action from that Eagle Speed Academy Mercedes-AMG GT4. Keeps him out of trouble there. And both of them get those cars moving in the right direction without issue.
Well, this battle pack continuing to show some great motion here throughout the next little while of this race. We're going to take ourselves one more quick step back and give a shout out to the folks that keep the lights on once again here for the FTR trophi.ai Endurance Series. And we will then be back in a little while with the final minutes from Brands Hatch in the UK. Stay with us.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a iRace or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Welcome back to Replay TV as racing action continues on from the Brands Hatch circuit, and what an afternoon it has been. Has still got a good number of race cars all over the racetrack here as you take a big long look over the Brands Hatch circuit here tonight. My name is Little Rebel alongside Fettuccini. We bring you all the action from the second half of racing action here for round number 3 of the FTR event's trophi.ai endurance series. Battle of Fifth is starting to pick on up, but before we get to that, we have had a bit of a moment happen on the racetrack. Actually, we'll get to that moment in a moment as these guys are going at it. Alexander Bueller around Mark Reynolds, and he's going to pick off the number 5 spot.
Yeah, I think Mark Reynolds having a bit of a slow car at the moment, not having that rear diffuser to keep that car planted in some of these slower and faster, sorry, more the faster section corners than the slow sectors. It's also a little bit awkward with that McLaren not having that rear clip, as it doesn't have any lights anymore to indicate that it's braking.
By the way, an interesting note coming in here, that drive-through penalty that was given out to Flaming Ford Skin Racing and Alex King, that has been appealed, but due to the duration towards the end of the race, it will be reviewed post-race and likely will be assessed with a time penalty if it is upheld. Take a look here as to what happened to... Well, it was really... You saw the Torque Freak Racing TeamSpeak Mercedes have a bit of an issue in the GT4 category. This is what happened to them as they subtly pulled off the racetrack, seemingly out of nowhere, right as our second was catching up. And, well, that's why he got wicked loose, and he is going to side-slap the Armco Berry as a result.
Yeah, it didn't look too awful initially, but it was enough to where they decided, nah, let's get it out of the way and then get back going.
Dan Maddox in and out of pit road. Only 20 seconds in the box. So a short pit stop, only looking to probably take a fuel only here if I had to guess. And now the GT4 leaders are both in the pit road.
Yeah, I would have to imagine it'd probably be a little bit of fuel, maybe a set of tires, though that's a little bit sketchy with how those get warmed up. We'll have to see as Don gets back out in racing and P2 comes back in.
So,
curious. Sorry, I'm looking at the lap times for all the GT4 Pro drivers, where they're currently sitting, where we should expect to see them in 45 minutes time. I'm super curious if Don has the speed to keep Ken Copeland 7 or 8 seconds away where he is now.
I'd imagine he would.
I'd imagine so, but it's, I mean, if there's a safety car between now and then that bunches up the field.
Well, then absolutely not. I mean, they're going to be reeled right back into each other. But at this point, I think a safety car, we're going to be hard-pressed to come by one here in the final few laps. I mean, yeah, we've seen a few one-car incidents here or there, but otherwise nothing really of note to talk about.
Yeah, hopefully we didn't commentators curse that just now, but we'll see.
Well, we'll find out within the next 41 minutes, won't we?
Yes, plenty of time. one way or the other. Interesting to see when Richard Cawthron comes in from the lead, and where that puts both Luciano and Tristan, who are in front, will be in front of them once they get done with their pit cycle.
Passing up David Johansson in the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix TCR with the class leader. And again, Johansson has been doing a stellar job today. Started this race up near the front and has been virtually unchallenged for much of this race. I mean, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix has been on absolute fire all day, and not looking like that streak is going to be stopping anytime soon. And I think they can be very, very proud of the days that they have put together here.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine the consistency they have there in their lap times alone, I think, would be the big part for them to be very excited about managing that traffic and letting cars by, and in a manner that cost them the least amount of time has, I think, been a big help in keeping that 6-second gap they have over to the fiercely forward gray TCR.
And a problem here for one of the huge ass Corvettes, says Alyssa Merrill. Appears to have had an off. Whoa, boy. Car just didn't turn.
No.
That's a weird
Keeps
one.
it out of the wall. Yeah.
Well, Johansson going to keep up the fight. Right now, no battles to speak of on the racetrack. The largest gap, or the smallest gap between any two cars right now is actually... in terms of actual class positions, it's Sim Party Racing Delta and MRC by Quad Dash. 2.4 seconds between the two cars battling for third, but that gap is only extending as Dan Mattis getting held up by a host of lap traffic here. Currently underway is the Velocity Online Racing IndyCar Series from the Texas Motor Speedway, as Justin Prince is bringing action to you with Gary Godso here on Saturday afternoon. And then later on tonight, the Talladega Super Speedway will be host to the SRA Gen 4 Series. And boy, it is Talladega week. Let's start with the series fan that are not at the biggest, baddest track of the NASCAR calendar. Blaze Pellis is at Motegi, Mid-Atlantic Race Series at Nashville, Classic IndyCar Series out at Auto Club for a 400-mile marathon, where Thomas Mustonen is looking set to try and close out the championship. 3 races before the end of the series. Meanwhile, SRA, OMSRL, PSR, and Speed are all going to be at the Talladega Super Speedway this coming week. So if you like Talladega, this is your week.
Yeah, it is definitely the week for that. And I'm sure all those people who love Talladega will be super stoked to do that. And I think everybody else who doesn't or wants to go grab on road courses is going to stay as far away from Talladega as they can.
If we don't get at least one car that goes for a fly at Talladega this week, I'm going to be supremely disappointed. It'll ruin my week.
I mean, yes.
It's tradition, right? I mean, you go to Talladega, at least one car is going over.
Yeah, definitely, at some point.
The trucks is probably the most likely spot because it'll likely be a blowover.
Yes.
Gen 4 cars,
out
too.
of all of them, I'd probably put my money on the trucks flipping.
Well, the battle's continuing on here this afternoon. Right now, we've been keeping tabs on Sim Party Racing Delta and MRCX Quad Dash. Tristan Engelstad and Dan Maddox going third and fourth between the two of them. 4 seconds between the two. For the class leaders right now, nobody's really at risk of losing the class. Equipment Geek Racing has been pretty much riding away. Brian Fratiane maintaining the race lead for Equipment Geek very, very consistently, as they go to 10 seconds now between them and the next GT3 car up the road. Still 7 seconds between them and the next car behind. The biggest gap between the class leader is in GT4, and where Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium has got 2 cars in pro between themselves and Parker Dewey for WBM White.
Yeah, I think that battle is entirely determined by the traffic they've experienced, as well as a couple of spins that Parker unfortunately has had over the course of this back half of the race. So I think it's a pretty easy one for Sim Racing Academy, or Sim Racing Grid Academy, excuse me, Palladium to bring it home. We'll have to see if they're able to do so.
One car kicking up a bit of dust there coming down off of the Paddock Hill Bend. That car going to be Altura Esports Red. Bart Dolphin still running third in GT4 Pro, although not showing too much signs of being able to close into Ken Copeland. He's been trying, but I think Copeland has kind of run this one out a bit too much for to be able to have a realistic charge, and of course, on the wrong stuff, not in any position to contend with the sister car for Altura Motorsports. Meanwhile, RPM Racing Black FTR continues to lead the way by 14 seconds now.
Yeah, but he still has to come in for a pit stop. We'll have to see where that brings this race to in its closing minutes. May not be a whole one.
So Richard Cawthron will keep up his strong momentum. Rob Wolf comes down to pit road for a huge-ass yellow, as they're going to look to hop another driver into the car for their final stop here of the afternoon. Cawthron, like you said, still has to make one more pit stop himself before the conclusion of this race. But at this point, I mean, you kind of have to start looking into this race as a whole. And I think a lot of drivers started to think championship, right? I mean, especially RPM, right? They're looking to be taking yet another win. They won the race as well at the Bend to kick off the season. Mm-hmm. At what point do you start to think less about end of this race and end of the championship? Because in only 34 minutes, we're halfway through the season.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see as RPM Black comes in where this championship shakes out and how many more solid finishes RPM Black needs to even have a contender in this, depending on how they shake down and where they end up after this pit cycle. My guess is they're going to come out into third, just ahead of Dan Maddox, but we'll have to see.
So Cawthron is in. Luciano Whitvogt making his way around the racetrack, potentially putting the gap for the lead up to 18.7 seconds now. So Luciano not going to be backing down anytime soon. Fan, I'm going to call you out here.
Okay.
Out of all the tracks we have, what is your most and least favorite tracks, and why?
Are the tracks we have on this calendar for FTR?
Yes.
Okay. My most favorite. So this is a double-edged sword.
Okay.
Look at our schedule.
Well, while you're thinking about that, Richard Cawthron is caught up to Dan Maddox fresh out of pit road, 0.3 of a second between them, and with Maddox getting checked up, Cawthron wants to find a way through, looking for third place. And of course, Maddox has already made his final stop of the afternoon, so these guys are going to be fighting it out from here to the end.
Out of our options, I want to say, oh man, as they look for that, it's
big dive to the inside, yeah. Tell you what, we'll get back to that discussion once these guys wrap up this fight here, but a 10.5 between them for the battle for third place, and the closest fight we've seen on racetrack really for the last half hour.
And this is one that always kind of ebbs and flows. These two have been duking it out here and there, kind of in between the pit cycles pretty extensively. Each one kind of finding a little bit of clean air to end up on top after the pit cycle. But, both times Dan Maddox has found his way. A couple times Dan Maddox has found his way. And the other times Richard Cawthron has found his way around. These two, I think, have such similar pace. It's no wonder we see both of them in for the last half hour. I get the feeling it's going to come down to traffic management. So Maddox extends it up the inside of that Porsche as well as overall pace and tire management. Because I believe they didn't take tires this most recent time by.
So Richard Cawthron still closing to the back of Dan Maddox. Under a 10th and a half between them. And will we see a move here into Sterling's? Not quite. Oh, one car off the road right in front of them as Hugh Jass White's Austin Tucker goes into the wall. And here comes Cawthron around the outside into Clark Curve, headed down. They grab him straight towards Paddock Hill Bend. Nearly contact between the two. And into Paddock Hill Bend, it's still going to be Maddox holding on from the inside.
Yeah, but both have to then contend with the leader in GT4 Pro, getting around him in a reasonable time, especially as he decides to keep that car ideally out of the way, but ends up being sort of in the way for Richard.
Well, gets out of the way now as they fight their way on through. Prismatic Pegasi Motorsports Bravo is now into pit road. And, well, Fen, have you made your decision?
I think I have. I think the one I'm most excited for this season, and is therefore my favorite out of these options, is going to be next race on the 1st of November in Montreal.
Good choice.
I love Montreal. It's a fun track. It's super simple, but so technical as a result. And an enjoyable drive, I feel like, in any car, which is one of the few things I think most tracks have. You have a ideal experience in a certain type of car, whether it be road car or a formula car for road racing. But I get the feeling, at least from my experience, Montreal has always been one that no matter what you're driving, it's fun. It may be fun for either the technical battles you have as you run too wide, going through the first sector up until you can't anymore, depending on what machine you're in. Just enjoyable drive consistently. My least favorite is Sebring.
Really?
And I just don't like Sebring in Sim. It's not a specific to this series or anything like that. I've never found it an enjoyable drive for me. I know a lot of people love it. People say there's great racing, but I say there's great racing regardless. Speaking of great racing, one car off the road.
Boy, there's been a handful of incidents here, actually. Let's take a look. We got a few to actually unpack here.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We'll start with Equipment Geek Racing here, having this big moment of fact. They're actually connected.
Yeah.
Holy cow, a multi-car crash. Torque-free race with the 185, and man, even further up the road, there's even more problems. So this was a giant mess that just culminated in one big moment.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate one. Trying to go 3 wide. The leader, overall leader in that as well, Luciano.
And GT3M. Both
Yeah.
GT3 leaders getting caught up in that. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, we'll have to see. I can't tell if that front left is seized on that machinery after the hit. Doesn't look like it.
Not quite, but there is some damage there, so I think he's got away with it, but I'd still be a little bit concerned about that.
I would be too. Something to keep an eye on. They're definitely going to be losing pace here with that damage to the aero. Thankfully, it's on that right side of the body with how many lefts and how fast a lot of the right-handers are. That left side is going to be okay to take the brunt of it.
Chris Van Gucht has also been able to more or less get away with that. The driver that got the worst of that, David Barraclaw, the innocent bystander in the GT4 Am Rudder, he has been forced into pit road and is looking like he's going to be sitting there permanently from here to the end.
I would imagine so, given how that impact hit him. I'm surprised we didn't see more incident or more damage on either the Equipment Geek or the World of Racing X-Man, the Tan Racing, as we see one of the huge gas cars come out of pit lane. Giovanni Romano looking like he's going to try to take it to the end there. "26 minutes, still yet to run."
as we are fighting our way into the final portions here of this race. All battles, save for the GT3M lead and the TCR lead, are above the double digits mark. And I'll tell you what, Eagle Speed Academy has really had that gap annihilated from that crash. Equipment Geek Racing's Brian Fracciane will be looking, no doubt, to try to see if he's got the pace to run it down. But again, with all that damage on the front end, again, I'd be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, just got to be careful with some of the high-speed corners where that arrow isn't going to be working like it usually does when there's no damage. I get the feeling it'll manage until the end of the race, but just got to be careful with it. You're end up running a little slower unless you get the draft. The draft will be super crucial for these guys to keep up the pace they have.
25 minutes to go. We may as well go full throttle with yet one more driver here before the end of this one. What do you think, Fen? Who do you want to go on board with?
Have we gone on board with a TCR yet?
We have not.
Then let's do a TCR. Let's go with the leader of TCR, that Honda, David Johansson.
David Johansson, he'll be the one on board. We'll be back in a moment with more on Green Flag TV. Stay with us. Well, racing action continues on as we work into the final 20 minutes of this race. Richard Cawthra closing up to 0.7 of a second on Dan Maddox. Maddox now holding on 0.6 of a second just about between the two, getting around some of the GT3M traffic that just went off the road in front of him. You saw Sim Racing Great Phoenix not terribly pleased with Altura Esports Red just in front to kind of held him up a little bit for about a lap.
I still think it's possible, depending on how Altura Esports Red keeps that car moving. We might see a couple more held up, but we'll see.
So Sim Party Racing Delta keeping up the battle, although Richard Cawthra did slip back just a little bit more there. World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing, they remain first place on the racetrack, with Luciano Whitvold having been doing a lot of good work behind that race car as the number 60 trying to clear this one out. Brian Fratiane as well for the 185 for GT3M, set to go at it again before too long. So Fratiane, GT3M, he's ready to power down if Eagle Speed Academy tries to get back to him. But for now, Equipment Geek, they crashed out of the GT3M lead once. They have not done so again, but I imagine they're going to be driving a little bit more gingerly around the racetrack, right? You got 9 seconds, 17 minutes, no point to throw it all away.
Yeah, no real battle there. And yeah, no point in throwing it away. Just run the laps, keep it smooth and steady. Easy inputs to keep that car from overheating the tires. The tires are going to be the thing that saves that aero issue. And I'd say just keep it going the right direction. You'll be home free in the last 20 minutes, or 15 almost, a little over.
Look at all the gravel that's been dragged onto the racetrack down at turn 2 there up at Druids. I mean, showing just how many cars have struggled with that corner and how many drivers have dragged debris out onto the racetrack. 46 cars started this race, 36 made that 35 are still in the running. Drivers that have retired from GT3 Pro include Project Sync Racing Team, Empire Racing, Vanilla Stage 1 Racing, and Sim Party Racing Bravo from GT3M, Pegassi Motorsport. From GT4 Pro, Almeida Racing Academy. From GT4M, Huge Ass Black, Mostly Mediocre Motorsports, and Sim Party Racing Tango, and of course Prismatic Motorsports Sullus with Georgie McKay. Tough break for McKay. I know she was hoping to have a great run tonight, and it just didn't pan out the way she was wanting to. I mean, the whole team really, they were having a good run, and it fell apart one step at a time, and now they remain the lone TCR that is watching this race from the paddock.
Yeah, I'd say her and her team, unfortunately, also caught up, I feel like, in a couple of incidents not of their own doing, and having to kind of play with wounded machinery, which never ends up working out really well. So hopefully when we go to Montreal in just a couple weeks' time, she'll have better luck there along with the rest of her team.
15 minutes to go, a quarter of an hour left as Richard Cawthra makes his way around Equipment Geek Racing. Don Pepples has still been building up a sizable gap up to the wrong stuff, and a battle that we once thought was going to be extremely close between the wrong stuff and Altura Esports, followed by the wayside, and it's now actually the second largest gap, maybe the third largest gap between two class leaders in this race.
Yeah, the drive-through for Ken after the incident that got done spun didn't help, but I think it's respect that Stewart's decisions there for that one. So we'll see how these two go at it again in Montreal, and again, just a little while. I think it'll be another fantastic battle to watch for that race.
Oh, hello. Potential issues for Luciano Whitvold as MRC Quad Dash and Tristan Engelstad coming down pit road. This is second place. in GT3 Pros, that could mean, I don't think Luciano is safe on fuel.
Yeah, I don't think either of them are really. If that's, the instant there, but it's a splash and dash. 9 seconds in the box for some fuel. I'd have to imagine Luciano might also be in the same boat, which then brings it back to the fight between RPM Black as well as Sim Party Racing Delta. Those two in their battle for what is now second, but may become first if Luciano has to come in.
Well, we'll see here. He's not coming down to pit road this time around. Never mind, he is making that last-minute decision to come down pit road.
Oh, man.
So that puts Sim Party Racing Delta's Dan Maddox as the net race leader, and only 2 seconds behind him is Richard Cawthron for RPM Racing Black.
Yeah, and he's going to have to try to see what, how much defensive driving he can do in the next 12 minutes to get this race all done and dusted as the leader of it, hopefully. Luciano still only on the box for 10 seconds. Will come out just ahead of these two, I think, but not at speed. Let's see how this plays out.
Here we go. Fight is on for the overall lead as Luciano Whitvote under fire. Sam Maddox trying to go around the long way into Druids. Not able to get there, though. And Whitvote going to manage to hold on, but we got a scrap on our hands. Remember, those tires are cold now. So Sim Party Racing Delta has every advantage.
Yeah, Sim Party Racing Delta has every advantage. Those tires cooler, and I don't think cold. I didn't see those jacks go up, but also older. They pitted for those tires, I think, a little bit earlier than both Dan and Richard. So they're going to defend on older tires with a little more damage. Remember that right front got impacted with that incident with Equipment Geek in the GT3 AM category earlier. And these two, I think it ends up being whether or not the lap times shake out to where Luciano can keep ahead of Dan Maddox. And I think the answer is, if he plays defensively, sure, but I don't know that he'll have the opportunity to with how that car is driving, especially with lap traffic here also playing a factor.
That's unfortunate timing, and that car just not moving out of the way. And that is going to give Luciano Whitvote all the advantage he needed. Now he can start to pull away. Richard Cawthron, no doubt, desperate trying to fight through to see if he can have a run at the lead of the race. He looks to go around the long way of Paddock Hill Bend. Dan Maddox trying to cover him off as Cawthron goes the long way. He brakes early, though, and he's not going to be able to get the nose in there.
Yeah, to get that car on the track, obviously it does no good if he has to go just careening through the gravel, excuse me. But we'll have to see how that plays out. Luciano also having to try to get through TCR traffic at the same time, which is probably the slowest spot to do it in, or one of the slower spots to do it in, versus how fast the GT3s will take that. But same thing that both Dan and Richard have to get through as well. So I think ultimately Luciano might have this in the clear at the moment.
Richard Cawthron continuing to pile on pressure to Sim Party Racing Delta. A quarter of a second between them. Trying to see if he can look for the inside. Not able to get it through Westfield. Maybe up through Dingledale towards Sheens. Well, I'll tell you what, that 44 got held up by lap traffic, but now Cawthron's got to contend with the same race car around the outside of Sterling's and down clearways, and that will allow for Maddox to build the gap.
Yeah, Maddox will build the gap once more. Not by a ton, though. Still sitting around a second, still about a second between all of these drivers. As we take a look back. Ujas, who I think has a moment. Come on, Wolf. Getting that car loose as he just touches the little bit of grass at the end of the AstroTurf.
Gets it back rolling, no harm, no foul. 10 minutes to go now. And this fight for the lead, it's still within striking distance if drivers can find a little bit more pace behind Luciano Whitvote and close in.
Absolutely. You see that gap still sitting at about 1.3 seconds. And if Dan is lucky on the traffic, he might be able to close that back down, but GT4 is going to get in his way. So I don't think that's going to be the case.
So Sim Party Racing Delta will continue to fight. RPM Racing Black FTR for Richard Cothra. Trying to see if he's got an effort here. The number 10 car not able to get a run going. And a stellar outing that these guys are putting on for themselves. A lot of drivers, I think, would agree they've had a bit of a bit too much of an eventful day. I know WBM White is one of them, but I mean, still some good points on the day for the drivers that currently run in second in GT4M. For the lead in GT3 Pro, though, the fight is all to pick it up. Half a second now between Eagle Speed Academy and Equipment Geek Racing. Brian Fratiane no longer safe. Chris Van Gucht is ready to do battle.
Yeah, Chris Van Gucht looking to try to get that time back after the penalties earlier, trying to take over that lead once more with that damage that Brian has been nursing from here. From his incident earlier, I think it is going to make it for a hard fight for Brian to keep up. You're going to have to play pretty defensively, leverage the cars in front of him to get a little bit, but going wide there, it's definitely going to make that harder.
Oh, there we go. Van Gucht fights through, and Fratiani off the road again. Got bullied out there a little bit by Van Gucht for Eagle Speed Academy in the closing minutes. And I don't think Fratiani is going to be able to run that gap back down.
I don't think so either. Not with that damaged car how it is. We'll have to see. But all of the leaders in GT3 Pro sit within a second of each other. Well, they were for a moment. GT3, obviously GT4 traffic, changing that drastically as Richard Cothra almost runs into the rear of Dan Maddox.
Nearly taking him out there. So Cothra getting elbows out here. Dan Maddox having to worry more about defense than he is offense. 6.5 minutes to go as we'll still see if Sim Party Racing Delta can get something sorted here. World of Racing all the way at the head of the field, 1.9 seconds. And unless he catches more lap traffic, that gap's not coming down anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. But it looks like Luciano might be also trying to avoid running into a TCR. So I'm getting the feeling it's not fully over yet. I definitely get the feeling it's going to be a hard one for Sim Party Racing Delta as well as RPM to get up to the front to try to take that fight to Luciano, especially with lap traffic slowing them down as well.
Sim Party Racing Delta will retain that spot, and Cothra, I think, missed a shift as he just backs off big time from 5 to almost 7/10 of a second. I think he probably missed a gear there as he was climbing through. Maybe his finger slipped on the paddle. And that'll take us to just 5 minutes now to go.
Yeah, that or the tires are not happy with him at the end of this after pushing so hard to try to keep up with Dan. One of the two. A little bit of a break from what's happening there. Giovanni Romano trying to get past Yanni Leclerc. The Huge Ass Gold and the Pegasus Motorsport Bravo also in a close fight.
And this battle starting to lose its spark here. So I think that might be just about it in the battle for the lead of the overall race, unless Maddox can continue to close in the gap just a tick more. Well, I mean, 1.3 seconds. I mean, there is still a chance, but it's an incredibly slim one, right? I mean, yeah, Maddox closed in a second, but he lost 7/10 just about the lap before.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those games where if Luciano has a clear run for the next couple laps to build up the gap the next time he runs into traffic, I think it'll be a hard-pressed one for Dan to make up that time, especially with Dan also having to fend off Richard Cothra and the RPM Black team behind both of these drivers.
All the same, racers will keep up the battle. More lap traffic to get in the way between Dan Maddox and Luciano Whitvote. It will not be the white flag this time by. I believe we'll be taking 2 to go.
It should be 2 more with the minute and 20 laps we've been seeing out of these drivers, or minute and 21 to be more specific.
Three minutes. And it will be 2 laps to go this time by, well, maybe not. Maybe we will get, maybe this is 3 laps to go. I think we actually will get 1 more lap in even after this. Still lapping 122s by that metric. We still have about 20 seconds to go by the time we get around to the line.
Yeah, that is very much the possibility here. Giovanni Romano taking the spot, I think, away from Yannick Leclerc.
RPM Racing's Tom Sachetta has another black flag looming over their heads. They have to serve that before the end of this race. Not sure what the penalty is for, but it is definitely a black flag, and I would honestly pull in here to get it served, right? You're not going to gain anything else by staying out there. You may as well.
Well, they choose to stick out another lap. I think this is the last time by before they will be disqualified for it. Wonder if it was a corner cut slowdown that didn't get served.
Well, League of Speed Academy still making their way down to the Pilgrims Drop. There you see your GT4 Pro leaders. Taking 2 to go. There's the GT4 AM leaders, and of course the touring car leader up at Druids as well. So World of Racing going to be taking 1 lap to go at the line. Maybe not quite. Still, we'll have 1 more lap to go after this one.
That's going to be interesting. I wonder if the fuel margins allow for it, if they've planned properly.
That's why you always put an extra. We had somebody go off there. I think someone's just had a bit of it off there, kicking up some dust. But you know, this is why you put in the extra fuel into the car, right? Because for exactly this reason, you don't know if you're actually going to be on the final lap or not.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you have a little bit extra in there. They love cutting this amount very slim, so that way you have a faster car in theory. We'll see if that has any impact here on these last lap around the top 3 in the couple classes that have battles still looming in the distance.
Well, World of Racing, the gap is closing down. It's only, it's just under 9/10 of a second now, and that's going to quickly grow as Sim Party Racing Delta breaks by another lap car.
Yeah,
and
Altura Esports Red there.
Luciano Whitvote's got to be careful, right? Because, I mean, yeah, he's got a gap, but one mistake, and Maddox is going to be there to pounce.
Yeah, no real room for error. Richard Cawthra getting stuck behind that Altura Esports Red that we talked about earlier. I think a little unlucky there for Richard, as his idea to move up the podium has gone by the wayside.
One by one, drivers continuing to show some speed. And Sim Party Racing Delta dropping back, and this looking like it's game over for Dan Maddox. Luciano Whitvote continuing to pull away.
Yeah, the ability there, really lucking out on lapped traffic, I think, on this final lap. Going to be the thing that is the key determining factor for these two.
Coming up out of Westfield into Sheen's and now Sterling's. World of Racing, they were contending for a lead at the bend, and they're going to look to take off another one. World of Racing and Smith-Tan Racing out of the final corner, and then Luciano Whitvote takes the WOR machine to victory lane.
Sim Party Racing Delta, RPM Racing Black coming home 2 and 3 in GT3 Pro. Chris Van Gucht coming home P1 after a late race pass for the victory here in GT3M. See them make their return correctly.
Looking like the next cars across it will be the GT4M leaders, Alexandros Barlas. Sim Racing Academy Palladium here with the 325. They're working their way now into Clark Curve, and GT4M's battle for the lead will come to a silent end with a 14-second gap. As Palladium is through for a win.
Fantastic. I think just one thing we've not really talked a whole lot about is the GT4M category. That's just fantastically consistent results. Speaking of fantastically consistent, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix with David Johansson going to be bringing home that TCR in P1.
No one around David Johansson to disrupt his run. And pretty much the last car to finish this race going to be Don Papples for Altura Esports, bringing it home with GT4 Pro. Well, that's going to take us then to the conclusion of racing action here this afternoon, and quite a fight that these guys have for themselves here. Let's take a rundown of your official post-race results here this afternoon, as it is going to be Luciano Woodvogt with World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing. They will come home number 1 here this afternoon. Dan Maddox comes home second place with Sim Party Racing Delta. Richard Cothra for RPM Racing Black FTR in third. Then it's MRC X Quad Dash. Tristan Engelstead led a good chunk of the race. Unfortunately, not meant for them today. They'll finish the last car on the lead lap. Mark Reynolds, Sim Racing Grand Phantom in 5th. Then it's Alyssa Merrill for Huge Ass Blue in 6th. Pegasus Sim Racing 99 in 7th. Flaming Ford Skin Racing in 8th, although penalties pending for that 8th place finish. Romano with Huge Ass Gold finishes in 9th. Then Tom Sachetto, RPM Racing Red, finishes 3 laps down in 10th. Scott McGarvey for SR Motorsports will finish it up in 11th. Then Prismatic Motorsports Athena, Sim Party Racing Bravo, Stage 1 Racing, Empire Racing Vanilla, and Project 6 Racing Team all failing to finish racing action today. Save for Rachel Concali. She finishes 12th for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. And Finn, you got the GT3Ms.
That I do. Chris Van Gucht and Eagle Speed Academy Esports. Number 177 coming home P1 there. Brian Fatiane and that Equipment Geek Racing, a late damage there, kind of be costing them the win. Probably something they'll be looking into next week for when we go to Montreal. Yoni Leclerc going to come home P3. Eva Linden in 4th. Ron Wolf in 5th. Rod Miller in 6th. And Aspen Martin and Stephen McGuinn with those going to be 2 of the cars that I don't believe finished this race.
And in GT4 Pro, it's going to be the likes of Don Pebbles from Altura Esports taking home the race win in GT4 Pro. Then it's the Wrong Stuff in 2nd, and Gnosis Esports in 3rd, Altura Esports Red in 4th, Huge Ass White in 5th, Treehouse Racing in 6th, Torch Freak Racing TeamSpeak alongside Almeida Racing Academy failing to finish this race, and Almeida was disqualified in this race for failing to serve a black flag.
GT4AM, Alexandros Barlas, and that Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium, a fantastically consistent drive. Parker Diem, OUM White is going to come on P2 there. I think that battle could have been closer. We'll have to see if they can find that time there in next race. Brett Aki in Sim Party Racing Echo, alongside rounding out that podium. Thomas Crabtree and Lawrence de Vilger will be the top 5. Preston Rudka, Denny Dunn. Preston Rudka is going to be the last driver with the Sunday drivers to finish the race for GT4M. Denny Dunn, Dylan Fisher, and Christopher Flemion will be the 3 drivers who do not finish the race for GT4M.
And then, of course, in TCR, a only 5-car field with 4 cars finishing the race. David Johansson wins the race by a lap over Sebastian Hubler. Chris Verstegen comes home 3rd. The Project 6 Racing teams finishing 3rd and 4th, with Thomas Renders in 4th. And Georgie McKay, a tough end with a hard crash on the front straightaway from Prismatic Motorsports Sullis, closing out the field for her down in 5th. Well, that's going to do it then for our race results. Let's take a rundown and give a chit chat here to the drivers that come home, numbers 1, 2, and 3 tonight. And we'll look to kick things off first and foremost with Luciano Whitvogt coming home number 1 for GT3 Pro. World of Racing and Samantha 10 Racing will finish this race up on top of the boards. And Luciano, this race not coming easily to you guys. Talk us through this as the pit strategy works out in your favor.
Yeah, this race was everything except easy. That pit strategy was just last minute. We were under the safety car. And Yashal actually mentioned, like, we can pit now and you can take over. I'm like, okay, let me think about it. I'm like, yeah, why not? And we saw only one more car come in the pit with us. It was a gamble to see if it would pay off. And yeah, when I got in the car, all I was doing was trying to make up time to the leaders and had 2 spins. So at that point, I'm like, okay, you know, it's going to be really tight at the end. And somehow, we got in front of them, I think a second coming out of the pit. So it was a exciting race, that's for sure.
Kind of talk us through this one. I mean, Yashal, you were obviously calling the strategy behind the car for a lot of that last run. You were having some pretty good runs of your own coming up into the middle of the race here. Kind of talk us through what your perspective was like as a spectator here for this one, and obviously as a co-driver helping to bring this one to a win.
At the start of the race, I was kind of taking it easy with all the wet patches on the ground. Everyone pulling away, but everyone spinning as well. So I was just trying to keep it off the wall. And then, I saw the first safety car. I thought, all right, let's pit now. And after that, I was just trying to tell Luciano what to do and the lap times. And he brought it home for us.
And we'll start with you, Luciano. Obviously, points are going to be a big question for several drivers here coming on up. Do you reckon you guys are going to be in with a good shot to win this championship? And then, Yashal, you can tell us about what's coming up for the team in Montreal.
I think we have a really good shot at fighting for the championship now. Obviously, we have a nice buffer to work with. So in the next few rounds, if it comes down to it, we don't have to fight that hard. So it's all about surviving the races and make sure the car gets home safely, like P5, P4. That should do it. So we'll see where we end up.
Yeah, Montreal, we'll just try to be as fast as possible again and try to avoid some of the GT4s like this time. And we should be able to bring home the championship, but still half the season left, so who knows?
Well, we'll wish you guys best of luck in a couple weeks here in Canada. Congratulations on taking it home number 1 in the GT3 Pro category, and we'll see you again in Montreal.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
See ya.
Luciano Whitvogt and Yashal Yunus coming home numbers 1 and 2 here this afternoon. We'll run down and head down to Chris Van Gucht on a solo drive today in GT3M as he takes home number 1 in the GT3M category.
Hey, evening, guys.
So kind of talk us through the afternoon here. Obviously, this one was a bit of an interesting drive, solo drive for you here this afternoon. What's it like having to fight your way through on this one? Obviously, it can't be easy being a solo driver.
Hey guys, I'm doing the league solo, so I'm used to the traffic right now. But this one was a really tough one because the speed difference in the high speed courses was a lot. So luckily we didn't have any rain. But it was a fun race, but a close one with Kyle and Kyle and Brian. They had an awesome race. They made it exciting until the finish.
And it was looking like it was going to be Brian Fratiane's race to lose. Obviously, then there was that pretty big crash that he got collected up, and that kind of put you right into the catbird seat to capitalize on this one. Overall, when you're looking at how this race went as a whole, do you think there's anything you could have done differently to make that win a bit more certain, or were you pretty confident in your abilities as a solo driver to go out and be able to make the most of it right out of the gate?
Oh no, I made a lot of mistakes this race. It was not my best drive, not in mile, but I think I just found a steady pace and tried to work on that one, save as much fuel as I could, and I worked from there. So.
Well, we'll obviously wish you the best of luck. Again, it can't be easy doing an endurance race like this solo. 4 hours, the fatigue, I'm sure, is settling in. So we'll let you get to rest in just a moment. But before we get to that, talk about what's going to be up for this 177 when you go racing in Montreal in a few weeks.
I think it's going to be a wet one too. So yeah, we'll see. We'll take it from the start, I guess, and see what it brings. So.
All right. Well, best of
There's
luck.
nothing... Thank you.
Best of luck coming on up to you in Canada. And that was Chris Van Gut coming home #1 for GT3M. And, well, moving on down, it's going to be your GT4 Pro winners. And, Fen, you are standing by with Miles Owens and Don Pemples, who will be bringing it up here for the GT4 Pro winners.
Yeah, GT4 Pro, Altura Esports, a fantastic and consistent drive from y'all. How was that mid-race, that battle with Ken for the lead of it for a while there?
Oh boy, yeah, it was certainly something. Let's be honest. They are, I think, we can consider them from this point on our main contenders for the championship. So it was great, obviously, to have that fight. Unlucky. I think he got a bit impatient behind me. I've been there. I've done that. No hard feelings though. But sadly, gave him a penalty, and that kind of took the fun away from all the fighting that we did before.
What was the strategy going into it? I know you guys had, I think, a pretty solid pace there, both in terms of race pace as well as the pit strategy. Any concerns there, especially with that spin?
In terms of strategy, I would say we had a howler. We took a gamble on the setup. With the risk of rain, we went for a much softer setup than usual. Of course, that's great in the rain. But if it doesn't rain, you chew through your tires. So towards the end of the stint, we would always drop off about a second in terms of our usual race pace. And I think that was also quite visible in the battle I did have with Ken. I was able to catch up, drive away, and then towards the latter stages of my stint, I was not able to drive away anymore, and instead he put me under pressure. So yeah, not the greatest choice in terms of setup, but you take a gamble. Sometimes you win on it, sometimes you lose on it.
I would say it would have been fantastic had we got rain. I think you would have been cruising pretty easily with that, because soft setups are so good in that. But either way, prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and just means you have some dead tires at the end of it. Looking forward to Montreal as well as the rest of the championship. Those being your main contenders, what's the plan moving forward as we go to the back half of this championship?
Miles, go ahead.
The plan forward is pretty much consistency. Just keep racking up the podiums, hopefully, and give ourselves a nice little buffer. That'll be lovely.
I do also have to say, though, guys, it's been a bit of a turbulent period for this team. Of course, we had to end our partnership with SimRaceSweden.com, a very successful partnership. We went back to the core, Altura Esports. We had to change the whole pack room staff, which wasn't easy to do. But yeah, a big compliment to all of the people who made this possible. This is more than just me and Miles today putting in the laps, and I would say with the consistency we had, deservedly getting the victory. I think this is a team victory with everyone who's worked together on this, especially our performance coach, Elvin Smith. He's been great in this, especially with the coaching he's done to not only us, but also our sister team. I think they had a great improvement in terms of pace as well this weekend. So I think this is a bigger team victory than just me and Miles today.
Fantastic stuff. Any final shout outs before we let you get back to your post-race celebrations?
I've done mine. That was Elvin. Miles, you go ahead, mate.
Yeah, just pretty much echo the team boss. He's put this together. He's done a great job, and it's not just us; it's everyone. So
fantastic stuff. Well, hopefully we'll see you back on the top of the podium next time we're out in Montreal in just a few weeks' time on the 1st of November. And good luck.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for the great stream. Thank you.
Of course. And that is our GT4 Pro winners, Altura Esports.
And we'll bring down David Johansson, the driver that comes home #1 for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in the TCR category. Obviously, a big name for a big day for you guys here today, David. A stellar win for you guys, and yeah, quite the fight going on there with Felix for Gray. And then, well, you just took off once you got clear of him.
Yeah, it was a great race. The first stint I did was pretty calm. I was taking it easy, saving fuel and tires, and just doing laps. Then Matt took over in the caution stuff, and he had a pretty rough time with the GT4 traffic. Got holed up a lot, and we lost a lot of time on that. But and the lead for some bit. But he got it back. Then we never looked back really. So it was a great race.
Overall, I don't think a lot of people can argue with the results. It was a bit of an eventful day today. I know a lot of drivers, I'm sure, having complaints about some of the racing etiquette among GT3 and GT4 traffic. For the touring cars, it ended up being a pretty quiet race, all things considered. There wasn't a whole lot to note of the TCR race this afternoon. Do you reckon that's positive for the TCRs given how this race went? Or would you have preferred there to be a bit more action for you guys?
I mean, we got the win, so we'll take that. Can't complain, really. But some more mixed conditions would have been nice. It's always fun. It mixes things up a little bit, but yeah, still a good race.
Well, when we go racing up next, it is, of course, going to be at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. What's going to be the game plan for you and your teammate as we set to conquer the Great North?
He won.
Short and sweet, and you know what? It worked today. It'll work next week, hopefully, as well. Congratulations on taking home #1 of the TCRs, David, and we'll talk to you again, hopefully, in a few weeks in Montreal.
Thank you very much.
David Johansson comes home #1 in TCRs this afternoon, and, well, fan, that's going to be it then for our show here this afternoon. Quite the race that drivers had, and overall, I'd say a pretty good race, all things considered. Got a little quiet there in the middle portions, but, boy, we had quite a bit of action there at the end to spice things up.
Oh, absolutely. I think we had just enough to keep us interested and engaged for the whole of it. I think Montreal will be no different, especially with the same, I think, fun track stipulations we kind of have with this one in terms of how wide you can get with these cars. The 3 wides will be equally as, I think, scary to watch next week, next time we're out.
Well, when we go racing next, it is going to be this afternoon at the SRA Gen 4 Series coming on out from the beautiful Talladega Super Speedway. They're not the only series out there, as you've got plenty others coming out like OMSRL, Highline Diecast Collectibles, Cup Series action, and PSR, and more. And before we get to that, of course, the Boys Metals Arca Series out tomorrow night as well on Sunday afternoon alongside the Classic IndyCar Series at the Auto Club Speedway, trying to see if Musanen can secure his championship run at the end of 200 laps in Fontana. If you want to find out more about who we are, what we can offer you, check us out today at www.greenflagtv.com. Once again, my name is Little Rebel alongside Fennicini, and Derek Watson was with us for the opening 2 hours. Thank you all so much for joining us for more racing action here for the FTR Events trophi.ai Endurance Series, and we'll see you when we go racing coming on up in just a little while at Talladega.